Morning note again. What's up, man? Good to see you. So you can see I went ahead and took a position in BKYI. The technicals just look good on it. It's very low risk. So as you may remember from the video I put out yesterday, I said that if I did take anything pre-market or prematurely before the market opened up, or even right at the market open, it would be with extremely small share size and extremely small risks. So the lowest of the low here that we're looking at on the 5 minute is 205. So, but the risk is even less than that because each candle has made a higher high, or a higher low, excuse me. It's made a higher low. And so I know if this comes down and breaks the low of this candle, at 209, I'm going to want to get out. So I'm risking 20 bucks, 20 bucks to see this thing skyrocket and potentially make a couple hundred. So I've got literally a 10 to 1 risk to reward on this. And maybe not quite, because I'll probably piece out. I'll probably piece out some of my shares, but I don't know. I mean, if it's strong enough, I may add to my shares. I just don't know. But and right now it's looking like it's wanting to pull back. So if this ends up being a descending wedge, because I'm not going to get caught with it coming all the way down here. I feel like it's the leading gapper. I feel like this one should definitely be able to make a pre-market move past these highs at 245. So, but again, the risk is very light. And even if I only carry the 200 shares all the way up, I think that this has a potential to reach all the way up in the neighborhood of, I think it can break these highs, or at least test these highs. So I think it could go up to 350. And now I do want to see it go ahead and come up real quick and break through this high. If it doesn't do it, I will go ahead and come out and probably take like a little $4 to maybe $8 loss. If it comes back past 215 at this point, I'll probably just get out. If it really starts having a massive sell-off through all these orders. So, what's up, Work Diver? Good to see you. Work Diver says ZM needed to hold 146.64, then 148.96, and then 149.49 retest. Scalp in SPXS after SPY makes 10 or more minute run-ups. Okay. Sounds like a good strategy. Let's see. Are we about to break 15? I'm not going to sit in this for more than that, guys. If this breaks 15, I'm getting out. I'm going to come back to that, Work Diver. I've got ZM right there at the bottom of my watch list. You can see I've got a lot up on the watch list this morning. I am going to cut some of these off. All right. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and get out with a $6 loss there. Doesn't mean this won't come back up, but what I've seen many times in pre-market before is when it makes like a third attempt. So you can see it came up once, it came up twice, came up a third time, and it's getting rejected. So this could just have a massive sell-off before it starts coming back up. Now, could it turn around and immediately shoot right back up? Yes, absolutely. Then I would be interested again. But like I said, this was just a quick, like I said in the video yesterday, I told you guys that the only way that I would actually take a pre-market trade or a morning trade at the open is with extremely small risk. And so I think I accomplished that with this trade. It was worth it to me because, like I said, if we were to break through this and pre-market through these levels, and we still might, it would have been an extremely good risk to reward. So I'm fine with being down $6. It's whatever. And I'm probably really down $7-8 with commissions, but it's not bad. Notigan says, yeah, it was a safe trade. Gonna have to line that one out. That may have potential. Yeah, it was a valid long trade. Yeah, it's got a fairly strong news catalyst talking about creating employment for 1 million people. So there, I mean, it's strong enough, and the fact that we're in an economical crisis right now, but this is also a 6 million share float. And so there's a lot of volume coming into this. I think there's going to be a bullish mentality on this stock today. So, and of course the other low float leading gappers, ASTC. I personally wouldn't want to even know about ASTC until it gets up to probably the 750 levels, because then it would tell me that we have potential to break out past 776. So I will probably set an alert for this. And I'll leave BKYI in there also. But then I will set an alert at ASTC if we reach the $7 level. I'll even say 721 just to be safe, because if it ramps up to 721, it's probably going to push 750 and test that high, and that would be good enough for me. So I'm just going to set an alert there, and I'm going to remove it from my watch list because I don't want any distractions on it. We've got a lot of stocks to go through here, guys. The S&P 500 is retracing. Here's the daily chart. You can see it's making a pullback, but that does not mean that this will not continue on a bullish path. So after yesterday, in my opinion, anything's possible, and I'm not going to become overcommitted to any kind of sentiment one way or the other. Whether it's bullish, bearish, I'm going to let the chart tell me what's happening. Okay, and I'm going to wait for the chart. I'm going to wait for the chart to tell me what's happening. And you can see we've got some pretty significant levels marked out here. I think it would be worth marking these two levels. So let's see here. Just lightly mark them, this level and this level on the SPY. I'm going to want to just keep those levels on watch. So let's see. Make them kind of light. And let's see, what kind of a level are we looking at here? Okay, this is going to be a significant level, so we're going to make this level green, make it a lighter green. Okay, we'll keep that heavy. So I'm also, one thing that I noticed yesterday with my trade on American Airlines, there was significant divergence between American Airlines and the SPY. So that's another thing I'm going to look for. Because the way the divergence plays out is, if I'm going short, for example, on American Airlines, if SPY is being bought up pretty heavily, American Airlines might be laying kind of flat. It might be getting a very weak buy up, or it may just be continuing to sell off very mildly. But then, if the SPY hits a key area of resistance and starts having a major pullback, American Airlines would flush hard. And so that's kind of where I found myself in the trade on that yesterday. So I think that's worth noting. BKYI, I'll leave that up there. Uber, I'm expecting a drop on Uber. So I don't know how much of a drop we'll get, but I'm going to keep this open for shorting potential. Not going to make any moves too quickly out the gates. Lulu, I think, reported earnings. Lulu doesn't typically have a lot of volume pre-market, and as you can see, there's not a lot of volume here at all. It can be a little difficult to trade, so I'm going to be watchful of it. But I've actually done really well on Lulu in the past, and so that's why I've got it up here. This is one of those stocks where, I might take 100 shares. If it's looking good enough, I might, but it's probably going to be more like, 50 share lots at a time. And maybe even 25 share lots at a time. So, and just maybe build a position from there or something. But we just have to see. Today I need to see what the market's going to do. And then I'm going to see what some of these other ones do. Tesla is another potential one. And I like the daily chart because it's cracked back through the 100-day moving average. Now, of course, we all know if Daddy SPY ramps up really hardcore, well, then Tesla's probably going to follow suit. So it doesn't matter where it is on that moving average. So we have to be careful. But as long as SPY continues to get the drop, we could get a significant drop on Tesla. maybe down to these levels here, 488 to 478, and maybe even these levels here, because this seems like a really nice point here down at right at the 450 area. We've touched once. We kind of consolidated around that area. We touched again, and then when we came up, we tapped back on it before we had that major run up. So if we're going to actually break through all these levels here, which it looks like we're about to, we cracked that $500 mark. You could take 20 shares on this, and I mean, you could piece out the first 10 at 490, make $100, and let the other 10 shares ride. Maybe get another 200-300 bucks off that other 10 shares. I mean, it's definitely possible to make at least a couple $100 off of Tesla. So that's one that I'm going to be mindful of. Out of all the airliners, the one that seems like it's moving the most this morning is United Airlines. So, of course, American Airlines is kind of catching up to it, but United Airlines had come in pretty strong, and I like the daily chart on it. But obviously both of the charts look good, but I'm thinking that this one we might get a little more movement on, which is why I put it above American Airlines. This is another one that could see a buy up to these levels, or maybe even these levels up here and then drop. But again, it's going to be dependent on the SPY. So I'm trying not to watch too much, guys. As a matter of fact, BYND I did well on yesterday, but I'm going to go ahead and remove that. Aflac is another one that I am going to keep on watch. I basically took back all the money that yesterday I made back all the money that Aflac took from me the day before. I made up back all the money and then some, and I'm looking to capitalize on it even more. Of course, Boeing is still a good potential stock. Nvidia is still a good potential stock, but I'm going to actually remove Nvidia. And then let's check out what Workdiver was saying here on ZM. Very interested in that. Very interested in that. Okay, so we've had a little bit of a move up this morning in divergence with the SPY, and it has double top. So ZM was saying need it to hold 146.64. Okay, so you're looking for a continued long, I'm guessing. So 146.64. Okay, and it's obviously sitting under that right now. So then 148.96 and then 149.49 retest. Yeah, right there. Absolutely. You know what? And I think from so I don't know, Workdiver, if you're coming from a short bias perspective or a long bias perspective on this. But what I am seeing here is a potential, if it does a retest up to these levels and fails, and even if it comes up to this level here, I mean, this could be a very good short. But if it breaks out past these levels, then yeah, I think we've got some room to move. At least a couple dollars up to maybe these areas here, 152. I think on 100 shares you could probably make. I mean, granted, you would probably piece out on your way up, so you could probably make $150 on it or something like that if you took a couple hundred shares. But I don't know. You might be taking 1,000 shares on something like that. But yeah, so that could be a very good move. Note again says for the long side of SPY push, Nokia looks like it has about close to $1 on major resistance. It may give a 50-60 cent move today. Okay. That's legit. I'll look at that real quick. So let's see. Yeah, true. And I mean, we've got a decent amount of volume in there. So, but this is, you can see, I mean, it's a slow mover. So, this is one of those ones you'd want to probably go in with larger position size. And this is one that you could risk larger position on. Short side is about the same as gapping down, but it's definitely falling. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, You could go in. I mean, this is a stock that even with a conservative trading strategy, I mean, you could probably go in like 5,000 shares and then just put like a 5 cent stop. I mean, you'd be risking, 250 bucks or whatever. But to make, I mean, if this thing just drops, if the SPY drops and this drops all the way down to these levels, the 270, 280 levels, you could do really well on 5,000 shares. So, you'd be essentially risking 250 bucks to maybe even make, eight, 900, maybe even $1,000, just depending on how long you could hold it and keep your risk tolerance up. So that's definitely one to take into consideration. The only thing with me is I don't do well with this. I mean, this is definitely very fitting for there's a lot of people who have a great strategy doing this sort of thing. Me, I just this is not something I'm really good at. So I don't know. It is looking good on the 15-minute though. Where's these moving averages at? Yeah, it's below all the major moving averages. So it would be kind of one of those things where if it came up above, yeah, if it came up above 306, or 307, I'd probably get out. So if I came in here with 5,000 shares, and you could always take a starter position at like 2,000 shares, and then if it seems like it's coming back a little, you could add again, and then if it comes back even more, you could get out. That way, you're only really risking maybe 180 bucks or something like that. Again, to be able to size into your position though and see a drop on that would be pretty clutch. But I don't know. Mark is asking about American Airlines. So American Airlines, to me, yesterday there was divergence. There was a little divergence with the S&P 500. I don't think we're going to get that same divergence today. So if there's going to be a major pullback in the markets today, which, we've had a significant run up these last several days. So if there's going to be a major pullback down to these levels, I think it's going to drag a lot with it. I don't think there's going to be much divergence at all, but I'm not making a move, Mark, until I see confirmation on this out of the gates. I'm going to sit on my hands for at least the first 5 to 10 minutes of the market open. So that's kind of my strategy for American Airlines. United Airlines is now it's a more expensive stock. It's twice as expensive, but if it makes the same moves as American Airlines and there's a short side, there's a drawback, it'll be significant. But I personally am not doing anything until, like I said, the first 5-10 minutes. I want to see what happens. BKYI, I'm glad I got out of. I told you guys, sometimes it had that third push up here, but just couldn't get past any of these levels, and it kind of was forming a descending wedge, and so I went ahead and got out. I took a $6 loss on that one this morning. No big deal. For those of you who are just coming back into the chat, if you saw my recap video yesterday, I did make the point that I would only trade the market open or pre-market if it was with extremely small share size and if I saw a really good setup. And I saw a really good setup on BKYI this morning. This is the type of stock that could have completely taken off from that point. But I only went in with 200 shares and I had a very quick stop on it. So very, very small risk. It could have been very rewarding, but I'm going to keep it on watch though, because this is the exact type of stock that could continue to make a move up, and it's got a decent news catalyst behind it. So Uber's continuing to make a move down. This was another one that was undeniable, and I was going to take 100 shares short on, and I wish I did because I'd be up almost $100 on it right now. But the top ones I'm watching today are, basically, so Bud, Aflac, all this, Boeing, I don't know, ZM. There's so many good ones to watch today. I may just scroll through all of these, but I'm going to keep a tight eye on, as a matter of fact, I'm going to move BKYI down because I'm not really going to keep a major watch on that. SPXL can stay at the bottom because SPXL is one of those ones that and Boeing, I'm going to move Boeing down there as well, because I've lost a lot of money on Boeing lately. So I'm going to keep SPXL at the very bottom. I got SPY at the very top, and I've got SPXL at the very bottom. And these three are going to be the ones I'm least concerned with today. ZM, I'm probably going to move up. And you know what, Bud? I'm probably going to move down. So ZM may be very, very interesting. Actually, I'm going to move that one up a little bit further to the top. Maybe keep it third. Yeah, I think this is a good order today. But the main ones I'm watching, guys, the main ones I'm going to pay attention to are Uber, Lulu, ZM. And then I'll also consider Tesla. And I'll also, as a matter of fact, Tesla is experiencing divergence. There's divergence with Tesla. And it may, so SPY is pushing and Tesla is pulling. So this may be one that I would want to get in on. This may be one where I would take very light share size, maybe even lighter than 20 shares. Take very light share size. The market open. So good morning, Yoni B. Good to see you. BYND is very light on volume, but it has double bottom on 68. Did not really recover. It has a high probability of popping and dropping. Absolutely. Well, keep me notified, man. I'd like to know if it does that. So there is divergence, though, here. And I may take a very light share size on Tesla. Okay, it's getting the sell-off. It's getting the sell-off, but we're going to wait. We're going to hold. Let's look at Lulu. Nothing really coming in on Lulu. Nothing. There's a little bit coming in on ZM. Uber's getting a massive drop. This is what I hate. This is what I hate. I could have totally killed it on this. And massive divergence from the SPY on Uber. So this may be one that if it breaks 25, I'd be interested in getting in with very light share size, especially if there continues to be a divergence. Need to watch for this. Tesla's still fighting around these levels. ZM is getting that pop-up work diver. So let's see if it continues to push up. May continue to push up. May continue to push up. Let's look at the 1 minute. See if it can crush the 25, 20 levels. Continuing to get bought. Lulu looks like it might want to come down, so we're gonna watch that. Uber looks like it could start coming down. ZM is continuing to pop up, but it could be getting rejected here. We'll find out. Tesla's coming up. BKYI is slowly coming up. SPY struggling, might be rolling over. See if we get a rollover on Uber. May go ahead and take just a couple hundred shares on Uber. We'll see. So we're going to pass up. I'm going to go ahead and go short on Uber. SPY's pulling pretty hard. I'll come out if this gets above 25.50. And if it breaks 25, I will consider adding. Okay, came back. Let's see if it's going to hold though. See if we can get a backdrop here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and come out some of my shares there. Okay, come out the rest there. And see what this does. Okay, so SPY's getting bought up. Lulu's getting bought up. SPY's getting bought up real nicely. Tesla's getting bought up. ZM's getting bought up. ZM, you're probably it was probably a really good long there. Work Diver, good call. Work Diver called this one out. It's doing really well too. It's coming up to test these levels. We'll see how far it comes up. Uber, still bearish on. Let's see what the airlines are doing. Okay, so there's definitely divergence. Definitely divergence. This is a good solid trade on the airlines here. Airlines are getting hammered right now. So if SPY fails at that point, the airlines could continue to come down. See how far the airlines might come up. SPY looks like it's pulling. SPY could be making a rough move down. Charting's a little acting a little wonky right now. Uber's making a slight recovery. So we're going to be careful with Uber now. Lulu looks like it wants to continue going down. SPY's coming up. American Airlines is coming up, but UAL is still seeing some divergence. Aflac looks like it's coming up a little bit, maybe being pulled up with the SPY, but it seems like it could be a potentially good long here, but not a lot of volume, so I'm going to remove that from my watch list. Boeing is seeing divergence with UAL. UAL looks like it could continue to get a drop. We're going to look for the if it hits 3250, I'll probably take it. Seeing divergence on these airlines. More so with American Airlines and United. All right, somebody's blowing up my phone. See if we can get some good selling pressure here. If this looks like it's going to get bought up, I'll consider going long. Let's look at American Airlines. Let's also take a look back at ZM, see where ZM is. ZM had a nice quick pop up to these levels, might be facing some resistance. UAL just cannot seem to get, I've got to silence this phone. It's getting on my nerves. Seems like it's having a really hard time. I'm going to go ahead and get short on UAL. Seems like it's having a really hard time busting back up. See if we can get some follow through. I'll consider adding at the break of 32.50. See if we can get the follow through here. Come on. Okay, I'm going to take off some of my shares there just in case it gets bought up. I'll wait again to add. SPY's pulling. 32.79. Should really be adding into this, but if this starts getting bought up, I don't want to be on the wrong side of that trade. SPY's pulling, so we should start getting a move down. Okay, I'm going to go short again. We got 32.76, 300 shares. Got to see some resolution here. Got to see some resolution to the downside. SPY's continuing to pull. SPY needs to continue to pull and break down through these levels. Break down through the lows. UAL is really holding up here, which means that it could be establishing support, but I don't want to say for sure. SPY's pulling hard. SPY is pulling really hard right now. So the fact that we're seeing a little divergence here is making me a little nervous. Come on. See a continued push. Let's get a continued push. SPY's pulling. SPY's pulling, so this should keep going. Wow, very choppy. Very choppy. Here we go. Should get a break of 32.50. There we go. We're down in the 40s. There we go. See if we can get another drop. There we go. Let's just see how far down we can get this drop. Let's see if we can crack 32. Then I'll consider taking profit. As long as the SPY keeps pulling. Okay. I'll take out. No, I want to see if it breaks 32. Let's break 32. Here, I'm going to take out a quarter of my position at 32.10. There we go. I threw it on the ask. We're back up to almost break even on the day. SPY could be finding a bottom. There's no way this is going to get bought up. 32.73 is where I'm at. So I want to see a continued flush to the downside. I'll consider adding another 200 shares at the break of 32. Oh, come on. SPY's getting a nice buy up here. There we go, 32.26. I'll consider taking off another half at 32, 32.13, we'll say. So, and then I'll add again. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, we got that. And I'm going to add another 200 at the break of 32. Let's see. SPY has got to continue pulling, though. SPY has got to continue pulling. I mean, there is divergence, and we're having a difficult time here. It's definitely a difficult time with UAL. It's not a quick mover. Out ZM, good job, work diver. Too early, but felt safe. Yeah, well, sometimes that's the best. Short on BA, out of BA, got 130. Good job. Good job, Notigan. Okay, SPY's pulling. UAL is showing a little bit of divergence, which I don't like. I'm not going to be too quick to get out of this, but this could be a bottom. And could be a bottom reversal, but if it comes above 32.50, I'll get out. So 125 at 32.46, we'll say. I think, yeah, if it breaks that 5-minute candle, I'm going to get out. Stop, buy. Okay. And if it comes down to 32.04, I'll probably want to get short again there. Okay, we're seeing divergence. So, and American Airline is not showing any divergence. So Aflac, I'm going to remove. AAL. SPY's pulling hard. Bowen's pulling with it. It's possible, I think, to, as long as SPY continues pulling, actually, I'm probably not going to worry about that right now. Uber's coming back down, but it's slow. Lulu, oh, that would have been a nice trade. I should have gone 100 shares short there. I was thinking about it. 32.06, let's see. We're going to get the push down through 32. Don't know. Let's wait for the pullback. ZM, what are we looking at? ZM could be bull flagging. Don't want to really mess with that right now. UAL, American Airlines. So American Airlines just continues to go. Where UAL, I don't know. It's a little divergence there. Lulu, don't want to take anything too quickly here. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. What Uber's showing us on the 5-minute. Okay. Lulu's showing on the 5-minute. ZM. ZM could be having a turnaround moment. UAL seems like it wants to continue going, but may not. Might actually get me out here. Okay, got me out. Okay, so we're out of that one. Everything looks like it's pulling back a little, except for ZM. Gonna wait for the SPY to pull back a little bit here. ZM's losing it. ZM is losing it. So the question is it going to maintain above VWAP, or are we going to get the crack of VWAP? And if we do, 5150 is where I would like to probably take 100 shares. If this fails VWAP. Actually may get a retest back up here at 52.7, 152. There we go. See if we can get 50 here. Oops, missed the sale. See if we can get it up at 52.75. Start building a position. Of course, if it breaks VWAP, 150, 152, I am going to go in 150, 150. Stop limit. I don't want to take it any further under 150, 145. Stop sell. I think if it cracks VWAP and then cracks 150, 122, I think we can make a good solid move back down. There we go. So I got in at 150, 150. Want to see continued resolution to the downside. Need to see continued resolution to the downside. Work back down towards the 150 levels. Maybe even 149. I'll come out 25 shares at 150.50. SPY's getting bought up though. So I may have to come out. Really want to see this continue to fail VWAP on the 5-minute. It's very important for this to fail VWAP on the 5-minute. We need to see a continued drop down to these levels, 149.67. If it goes back above 152, I will stop out for 20. Stop buy back at 152, 25 shares. And then 152, 40, I'll have to buy back the other, stop by the other 25 shares. Otherwise, looking to get a drop. Okay, so we got out the first 25. It's pulling back. See where Lulu is. Lulu has made a little bit of a retracement, but it's about to get a VWAP rejection, looks like. ZM. We'll consider adding to my position again. SPY suffering a nice pullback. There's divergence with Uber. Lulu looks like it's continuing to get the drop. Missing all kinds of good moves on Lulu. ZM is finally getting the move. Let's see how far down we can carry those 25 shares. So far, we've only made our money back. I'd like to add there. Let's wait for a pullback. It's choppy, so I'm going to wait for a pullback. So I'm going to say 151.25, or should I do 30? We'll do 151.20. We'll do another 50 shares there. See if we can get a snap back up to there. Nope. SPY's pushing back up. Let's check back in on Lulu. Lulu's pushing back up. Uber slightly. Tesla's hanging out around the 500 mark. UAL, AAL, just making pullbacks right now. Boeing, pullback. BKYI, not going anywhere. AAL, UAL. I'm going to look up AFL just in case. Man, it's continuing to make a push up. Glad I didn't get in on that one. ZM is sitting on that 5 or that 5 minute moving average. Okay, so 151.30. We've got 75 share average. See if we get a VWAP rejection here. So we've got a 75 share average at 151.30. And depending on what SPY does, we may add back in. SPY needs to see a continued pull. Let's get the 2 minute here. One minute. Nah. This has got to be a fake out. This has got to be a chop fest right here. Oh, this is a short squeeze. I have a feeling I'm caught in a short squeeze here. Need to see a massive fail right here. Spot up off that EMA. Yeah, SPY looks like it's having a breakout, making a move north. ZM will probably follow suit. Let's see. Okay, got to come out. Man, what a chop fest. Once again, getting caught in a chop fest. Watch this just come right smack back down. 151.20. 38 shares. Let's see if we can retrieve this. See what we can do here, guys. SPY looks like it's continuing to pull. ZM's displaying a little divergence. But looks like it's this could be a descending wedge here. So I'm going to see. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, in another 88 shares at 151.79. Obviously, if it continues to come up, I'll unload my position. It's making a strong case for the bulls right now. So, come on. What I really want to see is a massive, massive rejection. Got to see this rejection. We've got to see it quickly, guys. Okay. All right, I'm coming out. Coming out just in case. Let's see, Lulu. Okay, Lulu's having a moment. It's coming back up. I don't know if that's a short squeeze or it's just trending with the SPY. It's kind of hard to tell. SPY's coming up. UAL, AAL. Let's see, Boeing. BKYI removing. Let's look at Boeing. Boeing looks like it could be finding support. SPY's having a tough time making any kind of serious move up, which leads me to believe that we could still get a really nice drop on ZM. Looks like it's a 30. Very light volume coming into the markets. But it looks like a gradual move up. So Just want to be there for when we get the actual fail. Because I think this is going to roll over. And I want to be able to get in on it at a good place without getting chopped out. Everything's having a hard time pushing right now. Okay, now it's pushing. Okay. INO going nuts. Flip says, what's up, Flip? Okay. Notigan says, looks like BA is about to push the VWAP. These messages, I know you guys probably typed this stuff in like an hour ago. Scans down today. Yeah. Yeah, it's messing me up. For sure. Mark says down 19, but still looking at American Airlines. Yeah, it's weak. It's weak for sure. And so is UAL. I mean, the thing is it's all of this, and this is the annoying part, all of this is really dependent on the SPY. The SPY keeps pushing up, this stuff is going to keep pushing up. As soon as the SPY starts losing its lunch, all this other stuff is going to lose its lunch too. You know, but I mean, if the SPY keeps pushing, and the big question mark is how does this SPY keep pushing right now? Again, fundamentally, it just does not make any kind of sense. But I guess it's great, for long bias traders. The only thing is how do you know when to be long? Because a lot of these setups don't really help with that. I mean, look at this. This looks, by all intents and purposes, that this is going to be a short. And it very well might be a short. But if the SPY starts ramping up, this is probably going to start ramping up too. So how would you know to go long there? See what I'm saying? Let's see here. There it is. I mean, this looks like this could be a turnaround moment for the SPY. It really does. Try going short here on UAL again. I mean, obviously if this comes up above 33.05, probably want to get out. But the SPY looks like it's coming back. ZM looks like it's coming back. See Lulu. There's not a lot of volume on Lulu, so I'm gonna remove Lulu, guys. I may check back up on it later. Uber looks like it's getting a healthy pullback here. ZM, red doji on the 5. UAL, would love to see UAL just get crushed. SPY's getting bought right back up off that 9 EMA on the 2-minute. So best shot that I've got personally with a lot of this stuff right now is if SPY just continues to get major rejection, I think UAL could completely tank. Where are we at? 32.92. Yeah, I don't want to risk too much, although I could add to my position, but I may do that. I may add, unless SPY continues to move up, I may consider adding here. ZM getting a fail, only down to the 9 EMA. SPY looks like it could fail. If it did, ZM would probably get crushed. So I'm gonna go ahead and go short 100 shares on ZM. 96. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna take off half here. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to 50 shares for the break of these levels, if we can break. But SPY's got to break, obviously, or it's not going to do anything. Okay. SPY gets bought up here, then ZM's probably going to get bought up. SPY can just start making a move down. Hopefully ZM will follow suit. It's not really right now, so you guys know that my strategy calls for taking smaller share size and waiting for much bigger moves, kind of like this. And if I can't make those bigger moves, then I really honestly just don't. I mean, you can't make a lot of money. You just can't make a lot of money with a conservative trading strategy if the market is too choppy, unless you just commit to scalping, if you scalp 10 times a day and say you're right 7 out of 10 times, then you'll do fine. But it's really, really, annoying to have to treat the market like that. Essentially, it's really annoying to have to treat it with a scalping strategy. So really want to break down past 150. I'll consider adding there. The break of 150.22. But SPY's got to continue to pull. And if it pulls back, then all right. So I'm going to take I'll take 25 at 150.80. Actually, no, I will not. because it looks like SPY is going to continue pulling. So I'll take 25 at 150.50. SPY gets one more drop, we should be able to get that out there. Well, SPY's getting a drop, but ZM's not. So SPY's dropping. ZM's showing some divergence here. Where are we at? 50.60, 50.43. All right, I'm going to take that back. And SPY's dropping. UAL is showing divergence. 150.40. I'm going to go in another 50 shares at the break of 150.49. Stop limit. Stop sell. Because I believe it'll come down and test this and crack through, and we could probably get a good move down, and this could be it for me on the day. So there we go. I'm filled. 150.120 is my average. SPY continues to drop. This has got to keep moving. Ah, come on. Okay, coming out. Let's just see what it does. Take another 100 for anticipation of that break, as long as the SPY continues to pull. UAL is holding. Shouldn't be. AAL is increasing. Boeing is about to get the drop. Come on, UAL. All right, Zoom. ZM ought to. SPY's going, guys. So short BA, good. This could just be a squeeze. So really trying to give this time to work out, guys. SPY is nothing but chop right now. American Airlines is going up. SPY should continue to get a little bit of a sell-off, but if it doesn't, we'll be ready for it. Okay. All right. I'm coming out of UAL for right now. Zoom. Let's see. UAL. Boeing. So AAL. Gradual move up. UAL. Cannot break VWAP. Getting very close to just, okay, there it is. Now it's getting bought up. Okay. Look at that squeeze, guys. Look at that. Flat top breakout. Boeing showing divergence. Uber's all over the place. Yeah, it's very choppy. Note again. Mark says he wishes he could short. Got to be 21 for that. I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah, shorting would probably help you develop your strategy a lot more. You'd figure out a lot more when it comes to shorting. I just want to get in on a stock, let it run. I miss the days. I miss the days of just getting in, a couple hundred shares, letting that stock run, kind of like on UAL. I probably should have sized in even more with UAL. Honestly, if I had taken 400 shares instead of 200, um, that would have been double, and I probably could have been done for the day. But man, it really is a chop fest, guys. It does not make sense. I want to say though that the general direction, and not just because I'm short biased, but because it's genuinely looking this way now. It's genuinely looking that on a lot of these stocks they could start moving down, respectively. I can't speak for about UAL or AAL, but Boeing, there's solid divergence there. There's solid divergence, and there's a lot of room for that stock to move if SPY starts getting crushed. So that is something that you would want to think about. So Boeing's tricky though. See, this could get a pop up through VWAP and then slam back down. And then especially so I would actually 163.33. I'd take 50 shares if it cracked VWAP. 163.33. I'd go 50 shares short there because I think SPY is going to fail, and I think SPY is going to continue to come down. Um, yeah, ugly market. I agree, Yoni B. Flip says JNUG's dropping. Yeah, I gave up on JNUG, man. You see, I don't even keep it on the watch list anymore. It's just ridiculous. This might be a good time to go. Let's see. SPY's pushing. UAL, AAL, all getting bought up. Let's check back in here. It's nothing going on. Okay, it's finally getting a pullback. Not much of one. Let's see what CCL's doing. It's chop fest everywhere, guys. Literal chop fest. GPMT, that was another one from yesterday. ASTC, ugh, nothing's working out. Nothing's working out. BKYI, just, man. Here's something interesting I have not really talked about before. Let's see, are we about to get a good serious drop here? I don't know if I trust that. I mean, I would take a shot on it, I guess. I would take a stab at it. I'm going to take a stab at this. 52. There we go. up real nice. I'm going to take half there. It's a beautiful drop there, guys. I'd love to see it continue to go, but I have a feeling it's going to snap back. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Nope, we're going to keep moving down like that, you see. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Make a rhyme every time. Alright, SPY's getting the drop. How long can we hold on to these 50 shares? So I'm glad I got in on that. Showing weakness, showing that it was about to break through all these levels. SPY looked like it was getting weak. So that was a good move. It was a good move. I'm happy about that. Hopefully this will be the day maker for me. I just want to get out. I just want to be done. I'm over this week. I need a long rest and just clear my head and try to come back and just figure out how to tackle this market. But yeah, there was something I was going to talk to you guys about. Concerning where this market might be going. So stick around, stay tuned, because this is an important conversation. I don't think anybody's thinking about it, and it's a conversation that needs to be had. Why did I just take out all my shares? I was only trying to come out half. I feel like an idiot. Okay, let me just see. Let's look at this. Uber still looking strong. Tesla, don't know. UAL still looking strong. American Airlines still getting bought up. Boeing still showing weakness. So, and if you guys are still in the chat, if you wouldn't mind giving me a good old like. Give me a good old like on the video. I would appreciate that. Let's see. Okay, are we going to continue to move down? Should I take another shot on this, guys? Yeah, it looks like we might get another leg down here. SPY's moving pretty hard. So obviously if it snaps back, I'll get out. Okay, we got it at 148.89. Where are we at on the 2 minute? Yeah, we don't want to come back all the way up there. SPY's weak. I don't think the flush is over, but I think it is dependent a little bit on the SPY. Right now, SPY's pulling back, or SPY's pushing. Let's see how weak this stays, though. Still showing divergence. Okay, do not like that. But it's still showing divergence. There's a lot of weakness here. So I don't know. I mean, if it snaps back after this, I'm gonna have to take it. I'm watching this 1 minute chart here. SPY's pushing up. ZM's having a hard time breaking down through this level. Really need to see it break below 148.50. There we go. Getting a little bit of a move there. There we go. There we go. Keep it moving. Okay, I need to get 25 off at like 25 off. No, not 50. 25 off. Here, we'll just take it at 148.49. Nope. Okay. It's making a hard pullback. But if SPY keeps tanking, I think this will keep tanking. I think we'll come down to test the 146 levels probably. SPY's pulling. This ought to pull with it. So 147. Let's see, 147. Okay, ZM might be squeezing up. But let's see, SPY's still weak. So 147.89 on the first 25 shares. SPY's pulling hard. So we'll get out the first 25 at 147.89, and then we'll see where the rest of it goes. Let's see, 148.07. Yeah, I think we should be able to get that. I'll even take it at 147.84 just to pay for that exit. I will consider coming out half of these if this continues to make a strong push up. SPY has to continue to show weakness. SPY has to continue to show weakness, and it is. But let's look at this. Let's see what we're looking at here. Yeah. Come on. There we go. I'm going to get a push. SPY's pulling. Oh, come on. SPY's pulling. Come on, ZM. This ought to just flush. I don't see any reason why it would sustain, but I will come out half my shares to reduce the risk if I have to, just in case there's a quick short squeeze. Okay, coming out half. What a choppy market. So now I'm going to move those 25 shares down to 146, 146.80. Yeah, because I think we could get to those levels, maybe even 146.70. If we break 147, we should be able to go down there. That way I'll make that back plus an extra 30 bucks. So I'm going to buy all the way down there. And I'm even going to consider adding, as long as it doesn't come above 149.76. But SPY's continuing to pull, so I don't see why this would hold up. But if we get past these levels, 148.50, I'll consider adding. So 148.50, I'm going to add another 50 shares at that point. We'll do a stop limit. So let's see. Yeah, 52, and I will take it stop sell. So if SPY continues to pull and this fails and ends up losing those levels, Yeah. Then I'll look for it to crash down here, and then I may get out some of my shares a little quicker. So ZM though is, I mean, here's the thing. This is one thing I always look at for short plays. I mean, you've got people that bought all the way up here. You got people that bought here thinking it was going to break out. You got people that even bought the bottom here, thinking that it's a higher low from over here, and this is going to go up. So you got people here that are going to be dumping their positions. If this can't make it back up to their break-even point, and it starts coming back down, they're going to dump, especially if the SPY is moving in their favor. And I think we could totally come back down to test the previous day highs, which is at 146.65. Now, if SPY turns around and continues to go up, then obviously I have to come out of this, and I can't wait for this to come all the way and test VWAP either. So, so I'll be the guy who shorted down here that's going to get squeezed out if it goes in that direction. So, and that's what today might be chalked up to. Today just might be chalked up to a choppy day. So, if that's what today is, then that's what today is. But I'm having more of a tendency to think that there's going to be some kind of a sell-off in the markets today. If SPY cannot regain any kind of strength, it would only make sense. I mean, that seems like the most likely scenario at this point. But right now, SPY is kind of making a little bit of a move up. It's testing VWAP. It may get rejected off of it. And I really need that to happen for me to keep my order here at the break of 158 or 148.50. If SPY continues moving up, I have to remove my order, because even if it comes down to here, it could just come down to here and then pop right back up. So we've got to see a couple things happen at once. And guys, for those of you who have not been here much in the last, and by the way, thanks for the likes. I just looked over and saw I've got like 5 likes on the video, so appreciate it. For those of you who are new to the channel, and well, I guess we're all new to the channel, so this whole thing about watching the SPY, constantly watching the SPY, this is not something that I was having to do originally when I was coming in here and testing my strategy. I mean, I do keep the SPY up, and I'll watch it from time to time. You want to keep an eye on it, but this is a unique situation we're in. I remember trading back during December 2018, when all of that stuff was going on, and it was the same thing. The SPY was moving with so much volatility that you had to be mindful. I mean, you had to be mindful of the SPY. And so that's kind of what some of this is about. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and add 25 share. Well, wait a minute. Nope. SPY's breaking out. Well, it could be a breakout fake out over VWAP. If SPY looks like it's turning around and getting bought up, then obviously I'm going to have to come out. So I'm going to go ahead and remove my order at 148. Let's see if there can be remaining divergence on ZM. I don't want to drop out too quickly here. But if ZM comes up past 149.69, I've got to get out. So I would probably put an order here. see how genuine this buy up is on SPY, if it holds VWAP. Because if it doesn't, then I'll stay in on ZM. Like I said, this could be back and forth chop fest until we finally get that drop later. But I do need to see what SPY is doing right now. SPY is rejecting VWAP. Okay. So I'm going to be inclined to stay in ZM a little longer. I am mindful though that ZM is currently sitting on top of the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart. And this is about to close here. So I kind of want to see it fail and close below that 9 EMA. Okay, that's just a crazy buy up there. So I think that's a short squeeze. I think this is a short squeeze. May actually build a position. As long as SPY stays weak, I may just build a position. I'm fine with doing that. Let's see. So I had 25 at 148.89. Let's see, 149.89, yeah. Can we take it there? I'd feel good about that. So I've got 50 at 149.44. 146.70. Gonna remove that for now. Okay, SPY is weak. ZM seems like it's pushing. Need to see ZM come down. $150.50. I'll continue building a position on this. Although if it stays too strong in the weakness of the SPY, so 150.89, add another 25 shares. So SPY rejected that VWAP. It's pretty important. 149.44. $51.03. I might take this all the way up to 151.20. Build ultimately would like to build a 100 share position, but not too far out of where I could get out of it if I needed to. Still watching SPY. I need SPY to remain weak. I need this to teeter around these levels. It can even squeeze up a little bit more. I'll continue to add. But SPY has got to remain weak. SPY has got to remain weak. And we want to see a good drop. See a good drop on it. So see what we're looking at here. How far could this go? and where would I want to get out. Okay. Need to be mindful of that too. Let me remove these moving averages. So I would like, my average kind of needs to be up somewhere in this area, roughly 597 would be ideal. Okay, SPY's on a tear, guys. It's moving up. Might move this this add-in up to 151.89. Just depends on what SPY starts doing. I need SPY to fail VWAP again, so I'm watching for that. Okay, BKYI is back up. And BKYI is halted. Did you guys catch that? That's why I set alerts. That's why I set alerts. Okay, I'm going to put in another order at 150.89. Looks like SPY's coming back down, so hopefully I can get a quick fill. And this looks like we might be getting a VWAP rejection, so it'd be great to get that fill there. SPY needs to remain weak though. Okay. All right, I'm not going to get that fill, so I'm going to wait for this to come down and break back down to these levels. 149.44. So what I want to see right now is just, I don't want to see chop. Last thing I want to see is chop. So we need to see some kind of resolution. I mean, but I'll stay in the chop as long as I can, as long as I can bear it. So BA, where's it at? BA, yeah. I mean, it's floating, guys. It's doing the same thing UAL was doing, and UAL's doing it again. Chop fest. Chop fest. I'm telling you, they're all hanging out. They're all just hanging out and chilling and waiting for BA to fall. They're all waiting for SPY to fall, excuse me. They're just hanging out, waiting for SPY to fall. So, anyway, all right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Okay, this is what I like right here. We're starting to see some divergence between SPY and Zoom. And by the way, I do have something that I want to talk about with you guys. Um, there we go. That's a nice little thrust down. I do have something I want to call to everyone's attention. Something that we want to that I think we need to talk about. Um, and I'm going to come off 25 shares at. I'm going to come off 25 shares here if I can. If it'll take me there. Just because this doesn't look. SPY's moving up. Really hoping we can get a thrust down. Oh, come on. I want to unload some of my position if it'll let me. Just because SPY is making a pretty solid move up right now. So, well, it's selling at 96. It's not taking my order. Gee, thanks. Okay. So I'm going to take it lower. See if it could come back to, yeah, it could come back to 80. So all right, I'm going to keep my position up there. See how Boeing's holding up. Boeing looks like it wants to get the drop. Really does. Really does look like it wants to get the drop. American Airlines, UAL, let's see. But 160.86. AAL for VWAP bounce, and then long on work. Let's see, AAL VWAP bounce, maybe Mark. Again, you know this is very much dependent on what the SPY is going to do right now. Because I'll tell you right now, if the SPY continues moving up, yes, we could get a good solid long on a VWAP bounce for American Airlines, absolutely. If the SPY is going to start tanking, I have a feeling that American Airlines might pull with it. So this is why we need to be watching the SPY. Work. So work has a good divergence, but I don't know. Good luck with that, Notre Dame. Let me know how that one actually turns out. I'd like to see what you're able to accomplish on that. ZM, I think we're going to get hammered on ZM. It's just showing weakness. The SPY, that's why I took my order off here, because I think we're going to come down. And I think, the SPY's losing VWAP again. I could be wrong, but 149.29, 148.74, 148.58. Where did I take the first one? $148.89. Okay. 148.89. Okay. So I don't want to take it any less than that. SPY's getting bought up again. Note again, only went in with 100 shares after commissions. I'll be positive small amount, if not break even, just testing strategy on the VWAP bounce in this market. Yeah, and just like Mark was talking about, I think it's good we need to test those strategies, those VWAP bounce strategies. SPY's getting bought up, but it's on very light volume. So, what I don't want to happen is what happened yesterday on the SPY towards the end of the market close. I mean, SPY just got hammered. Not hammered. It got bought up really nicely. Really nice buy up on the SPY yesterday. And it was really fast. It was like somebody just injected the market with dollar bills on steroids. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. I have no idea where that money came from. I have no idea how they did it. SPY's getting a massive buy up right now. Not a massive buy up, but it's getting bought up. So, looks like it's breaking through a channel. So, definitely want to see a fail here. It's not much volume, so I'm not too concerned. Still watching ZM, looking for it to tank. And I'm probably going to look for a place to add. And what I'm going to do is, what I would do on ZM is I'll probably look to build up a 200 share position. And just get my average up to somewhere above VWAP. So that worst case scenario, we could maybe come back down, test VWAP, and I'd be able to get out with a little bit of profit on all that. What I would really love to see is just a flush all the way down here, even despite with what the SPY is doing right now. And it kind of would have been nice to add at 150.89, but I think that would be too soon for an add at this point, because what we're looking at is a potential VWAP breakout and a test all the way up to these levels. So I would want to make sure that I could really bring that average up. Enough to where, again, if it came back, I'd be able to get out. It's hard watching two charts at the same time. It is, Mark. You're right. BKYI is coming back down. Still want to pay attention to that one. That one could be interesting. Tell you what, this breaks 160. It's going to be nice. Oh, I should have jumped on it. Almost took it. Almost took it. UAL seeing a little bit of resolution to the downside. Tesla's not doing much. I'm going to go ahead and remove that today. ZM. May add. Let's see. Could it come up back up to the one? Yeah, it could. 150.89. Let's see if we can get a quick snap back. I would look to take it now since it's had a VWAP rejection and a trend line rejection. SPY's looking weak. Boeing is failing. Okay, SPY's getting bought right back up. But it looks disingenuous. Okay, so I'm going to draw a couple trend lines here. I just want to see kind of where we're at on some of this. So there's something kind of down here around the 146 area, and then there's something here. So I tell you what, guys, I'm kind of changing my trade idea because I can always get back in. I may end up having to take a little bit of a loss. But if this has a trend line breakout, and if SPY continues to move up, I may need to get out just in case. Just in case. We really need to see SPY fail this channel that it's in right now. Again, the buying looks disingenuous. It's a slow buy. Still a red candle on the day. Well, buying's ramping up there. It's breaking out. It's breaking out. SPY's breaking out. Kind of took off without me there. This may turn out to be a much longer trade idea here. So let me just see what we're dealing with on Zoom. Light buy volume. Yeah, nice call on work, Notigan. Good job. SPY's coming up. SPY's making an impressive move. So I may need to look to come out some of my shares here. So see if we can get a flush down to 150.80. Maybe even 151. If we can continue to come up, I will take my next at 152.89. So 151. I will buy 25. Take a little bit of a loss on those. Then I'll add again at 152.89. So again, right now, just looking for a quick flush. Come out some of these shares just in case, but I will continue to build my position. It'll have me underwater for a while, but I think I can bring my average up enough to see it curl around and retest some of these levels. And we might even make a profit. So I'll give it a shot at 150.80, and then if it doesn't tap it, I'll take 151. If breaks 29.97 gonna fly. Work. Yeah, that's making a great move. It's making a great move. It's due for a pullback though. I mean, it's definitely due for a pullback. ZM's getting a massive fail. Okay. So we now have 25 shares at a 150 average. I've still got an order at 152.89. Let's see. Let's take a look at work. Yeah, it's definitely due for a pullback. I will get in on a bounce here. I will start averaging in at probably 29 all the way down to 60. SPY's getting bought up. I'll tell you what, guys, I don't know how SPY does it. I don't know how it's doing it right now, but we are hitting up on some levels. Man, if we have a break of 50, I may consider jumping in and then just getting out if it fails. We could be working on a break of 30. Wouldn't be surprised. See if there's buying on 50. Significant buying. Oh, I got in late. Did not mean to do that. Let's see if it continues to push. Nobody's selling. A little bit. Okay, I'm going to come out. Give it another shot. Yeah, SPY is ramping up unlike anything I've seen. So, you know, probably a lot of other things are ramping up as well. I'm going to remove BKYI again. ZM is facing divergence. We got UAL, AAL. AAL is definitely getting bought up off of the VWAP. Of course, SPY is surging, so that's definitely helping. ZM getting pummeled. This is good. Man, came all the way back down too. Okay, Going to give myself some scalping opportunities here on ZM. Hopefully it'll come up. See if we can get in at 150.49, 48. Ah, come on. Trying to be patient. Okay, work holding up on the 1 minute. And let's see. Yeah, I would probably wait for a good solid move down on work. Of course, it, again, just kind of depends on what the SPY is going to end up doing. Okay, I'm going to go short here, 149.44, and look for a flush and a test of these levels down here. Want to see some resolution. Need to see some quicker resolution. Let's see, 148.68. Take 50 off at 148.90. Missed it. Okay, secured that. We got 79 at 149.31 average. See if we can get a move down to the 146s. Okay, gonna remove half. We got 38 shares left at 149.31. Look to re-add as we come back up to 150.11. Gonna add 50 shares there. Work is at 28.94. Healthy pullback. Might be good to start adding, but kind of need to see what SPY is gonna do. This is what's so annoying, guys. This is what's so annoying. Like literally got to sit here and wait and see what SPY does. So 150.89, we would add another 50. Hoping to get a good enough pullback there. Two minute, 1 minute. So we lost all moving averages on the 1. Only lost the 9 on the 2. Haven't even tapped the 9 on the 5. I would probably wait for that. UAL, AAL, and then Boeing. There's a little difference between Boeing and AAL and UAL. Let's look at AFL. See what that's doing. Choppy. Chop fest. $150.29, let's say. I'll even take it at 25 and then see where it goes from there. Okay, work is probably going to continue to get a pullback just with the way the SPY is looking. SPY's having a big pullback off of some places that I marked out this morning. So I marked out this level and this level. They're not daily levels, but they seem to be pretty important levels that had been tapped multiple times here throughout the last couple of days. So I went ahead and marked them out. It's getting a rejection basically. It tapped this, almost tapped this level, and it's kind of closing below this level. But who knows? I mean, SPY has been irrationally bought up in the last several days. So I don't claim to know what it's going to do, but I do know that as long as it's doing what it's doing right now, I'm probably going to be a little wary about work. So it might be a good place to average in though. Might be a good place to average in right here, to start averaging in. But it's losing a lot here. SPY's pulling back. Closed below 9 EMA, so that's not good. But it doesn't mean, I mean, like I said, it might be good to average in at this point, but let's just see. Let's give it a second. It can't be shorted. So okay, I'm going to average in 2880. 200 shares. Really want to see a buy up here up to 29. This will just be a quick scalp for me. Unless it breaks 2870, then I'll probably get out. I'll watch it carefully. 29 is where I want to sell 100. And then 29.12 is where I would sell another 100. If it can make it there. Or I might just take all 200 for 50 bucks at 29.05. See if it gets. Okay, I'm going to get out. Forget about it. It's losing it, and SPY is coming down. So there might have been a mistake, but okay, so ZM caught my 50 shares. See what's happening with work. Yeah, work looks like it could continue to come down. Could be wrong though. Looks like it's creating a rollover pattern here. ZM 149.84, average. See if it can take those shares and break through all of this. Try to be done. Try to be done for the day. Really would love to see ZM get crushed down to the 147s. So take off half at one. Let's see, 88. So we take off 38 at. There we go. Buy. Maybe even 148.54. See if we could do that. You're going to form a wick. So 148.54, going to take off 38 shares. Putting out that order there. Oh, might be a day late and a dollar short. It's okay. I'm thinking about averaging in. This is probably going to break through. So 148.54. I'm going to turn that down to 148.24. If it comes back, I think it's going to roll over pretty significantly. This could just be double bottom right here, or seen as a double bottom. But if this fails, I think we're going to get a good solid move. Let's see. We'll test it at 44. Take 38 shares at 44. We'll let the other 50 shares ride down to these levels, down to the 146s. Okay. 28.54 is support. I don't know. I'm starting to go bearish. Almost looks like a reversal. Thing is you can't short work. It's not shortable. Not here in Lightspeed anyway. I mean, maybe if you found some other places where you could go short, but it's not shortable here. But yeah, it's again, we just need to see what the SPY is going to do, Notergen, because SPY seems to be continuing to get crushed. But it could reverse and continue to move up. That's what it has proven to do over and over and over and over and over again. So, I honestly, I can't call it, man. This stuff is so ridiculously confusing right now, just the way the markets are. It's, the same old story, same thing we've been talking about over the last couple of weeks. And so, if that SPY turns around and ramps back up, work can freaking take off like a bird in flight. So I wouldn't be surprised. So right now, SPY's bouncing off the 20 moving average on the 5-minute. It's hovering over VWAP. So if it was going to turn around, this might be the place to look for it. ZM, I'm still trying to catch a move down to the 148.44 levels. If we can get a quick flush down there, I'll get out 38 of those shares and hopefully hold on to the other 50 shares for another couple dollar move and then just be done for the day. I think that'll put me over $200 and I'm over it, guys. I really need to, I'm just going to kind of just go back to the drawing board this weekend and think about, just really seriously consider how we're going to tackle these markets next week. SPY's continuing to get a drop. It's going to test VWAP probably. So, Yoni B said the minute SPY looks bearish, it gets bought up. Very difficult. Yeah. While we wait for things to play out, what was it you wanted to discuss, Matt? Yeah, I am definitely going to get to, I haven't forgot about that. I actually almost just mentioned that to you guys again, just to let you know that I haven't forgotten about it. I'm kind of in an intense moment here with ZM, and I want to get out of it. But yeah, here very shortly, I'm going to be addressing that. SPY looks like it's getting bought up a little off of VWAP. So, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe the responsible thing to do would be to put an order out at 149 for those 38 shares. I really don't want to do that, but let me see what this looks like on the 1 minute, 2 minute. Last thing I want to do is get stuck in what was almost a double bottom short squeeze. But I'll tell you what, if SPY somehow, continues forming a downwards trend, and can break VWAP, I think we'll get a retest of these levels. 48.60. So I'll take it at 148.84. I'll take those first 38 shares there. Just because I could see us getting a quick flush down there. Might even load back in with more shares, depending on what SPY does here. I wish I had held on. I wish I never sold those other 25 shares. Wish I had held my position, because I would have already gotten out of all of this. So sizing in small with work, yeah, work. So here's that point where it looks like it could turn around. But again, if SPY rolls over, right now SPY is very possibly in a downward trend. Looks like it's breaking out of it, but if it fails, I'd wait to see confirmation on that, which is a close. Now let's see, 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute. Yeah. I'd want that to close above this trend on the 2 minute. But good, yeah, size and small, because if SPY turns around and does something stupid, then obviously, you'll be good to go. I don't have to worry about anything there. Look when it broke this trend line here. I mean, it just got flushed. It just got hammered. So I can go ahead and remove that. And I want to draw line right here. Still respecting this trend line. You can see it bounced up here, it broke out here, it jumped up here. I really need to think about taking those shares at just 149. I think I'm going to do that. Just take those 38 shares at 149. Let's see, where's the point? I'll tell you what, I'll set it at 74. And if it doesn't get it out, I'll take it at 149. I do this often. I think about, like, if it comes down and it's like barely touching that order, because here's the thing, it could break through these levels here and get a quick flush down to even the 148.50s. And so it would take my order. But if it came down and flushed and say was tapping, knocking on the door to 148.80 or 148.70, right kind of around where my order is, I'd go ahead and just take it at 149. And hopefully it would bite. So I've got my finger on the hotkey to go ahead and come out there, and then, and by the way, SPY looks like it's getting a trend line rejection, which is why work is probably not working out. And which is why also ZM has a greater opportunity to flush down to these levels. So that's again why I put it at 149.74. But we're just going to see how this plays out. SPY's tanking. SPY is actually probably going to go test VWAP again, and hopefully it breaks through. Hopefully it breaks through. That's what I'd really like to see. Notergen exited work, took a really small loss. Okay. That's all right. The point is you got out. That's the point. You guys see me cutting losses all day long. It hurts. It hurts. It really does. But that's also why I haven't blown my account. I mean, can you imagine some of the ones that I never cut losses on? If I had never cut the losses on them, can you imagine? So you have to cut them. You got to get in the rhythm. You got to get in the motion of cutting your losses. Just keep cutting your lot. Don't worry about it, because when that one trade works out, it's going to work out. Now, obviously, in this market, that's a little more difficult. And I'll say maybe a little more difficult for short bias traders, obviously, because it's really, in the last several days, the SPY just continuously, irrationally getting bought up, and so it's probably been better for people going to the long side. But anyway, yeah, hold on to your trades as long as you can. If this dumps, this is going to be good. But I have a feeling we're going to get squeezed up here for a few minutes, at least. I don't know. SPY's really got to come in with some weakness here and test that VWAP. Flip says Trump is tweeting about GM and Ford not making ventilators as planned. They're going to make 6,000 instead of 40,000 that was promised. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. We may get the break here, guys. Yeah, we may get a good solid break. There we go. There we go. So I'm going to try to get a flush down to these levels here, 148.74. If not, I will take it at 149. SPY is continuing to move to VWAP. Okay, 148, here we go. And is it going to tap down in that level? I'm going to give it a chance. And it's got to show 149 on the ask for this to work as well as I want it to work. It's got to at least come down to the ask. So if they bring 149 down to the ask and they're not taking my order on the bid, I'll take it. I'll hit the ask. Buy it back. SPY's continuing to come down. There's no reason why ZM shouldn't flush here. SPY's continuing to come down. Looks like it's going to want to break that VWAP. Okay, SPY's getting a little bit of a bounce. ZM was doing this the other day. It was just, while SPY was tanking, ZM was just kind of sitting there hanging out. And then as soon as SPY started showing strength, ZM started ramping up. So we're going to try to avoid that trap again. There we go. Let's see if it can come through. There we go. And it's hanging out. SPY's dumping. Here we go. Almost. And okay, I got to take it. So I took the 38 because it wasn't taking my order. All right, so we've got 150.25, 50 shares from that point, and really just want to start seeing the run down here, and would love to see it make its way down to. You guys can see this trend line that I marked out here. I would really love to see that right now. So this trend line has been respected multiple times. So I will look to take some of my profit out there. I would probably take 20. Let's see, what do we get? 150.25. So I would take probably 25 shares off at 147.25. Maybe even, yeah. Maybe even one right at the break of this, just in case it breaks below this line and then bounces back up. So I might take it at 147.75, and then I would see how much further down we could move on this. See if we could get a break of that trend line. So SPY's losing VWAP. Notigan says happy to be on the simulator in this market. This will help greatly once the market is strong again. Yep, absolutely. Boeing wedge breakout. This is a crazy strong stock. Yeah. Let's see. Let me check that out. Yeah. Oh my goodness, man. Look at that. Yeah, you're right. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Stock is strong. See if AAL. Nope. American Airline going down. UAL holding. American Airline tends to follow SPY more. Work is holding up, guys. Even though SPY is losing VWAP, work is holding up. So we're starting to see a little bit of a divergence here. You could go ahead and put in an order for like 200 shares and then just do a 20-cent stop here. Because I think if it loses these levels, you're probably going to want to get out. I may actually take, well, now it's running without me, so I don't know. May just stick to what I've got here on ZM. ZM breaking back up through, trying to break back up through that trend line. Would love to see VM or ZM fail. So what I may do is I may go ahead here and take off another 25 shares at 149.25, just because it's just teetering around these levels. I need to lock in some profit and probably be done with the day if this can finally make a strong move down. So if it comes back on me, I'll get out. So I'll get out at the break of 150.01. So I'll put in a stop limit because it could really shoot up, and I really don't want to take it anywhere past, 150.15, we'll say. Buy stop. Yeah. SPY's continuing to get the move down. American Airlines is probably following suit. We got work. Work is divergent. Boeing is divergent. UAL is no longer exciting to me, removing it from the watch list. There we go. If ZM can follow the SPY, then I'll consider adding back to. Okay, I'm going to add, and we have a 149.62 average. Let's get the flush here. So 148.25. Let's see, where would it be? 148.80, 54.28 to test this double bottom. It'd probably shoot right through that double bottom. Let's just see. Big spread on this right now. Come out half at 149.50. So stop by 25 shares there. Otherwise, we are going to put in a limit order at 148.10 for 25. Yeah. SPY's continuing to roll. Looks like it's pulling. Not too hard though. It's fighting it. It's fighting it. $48.60. SPY's fighting it. SPY does not continue to push. Let's take that there. We got the order out at 148.10. Okay. SPY looks like it's going to make its way up. Yep, SPY's making its way up. Going to take off half. Okay. So I'm up 143.95. Look for a rejection, and I'll look to add again. Good Lord. I tell you what, guys, I've never had this hard of a time making 200 bucks in my life. It is just ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous thing, but it's okay. I mean, we're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. We're going to build the strategy. We're going to see what we can do to come out of this. And that's part of what, again, what I'm going to be talking about today. I know you guys are probably like, come on, get on with it already. But I just want to make sure I don't miss anything here. Boeing is just ripping it. Boeing is ripping it. Boeing is ripping it. Come on, Boeing. So, hey, guys, how tired do you think Sauger is right now? Sauger, if you're listening, we're gonna all make a wager. We're gonna make bets on how tired you are right now. Good job, Notigan. Good job on Boeing. Man, that's tremendous. That's great. SPY's getting a VWAP rejection. Looks like, anyway. So. We'll see, though. ZM looks like it wants to get bought up. Might need to come out. 149.43. Yeah. Go ahead and take it. Take a little bit of a loss on it if it'll come down and snatch it up. Let's see. 43. Nope, still going. SPY's weak, though. Actually, I'm going to put this down to 30. Yeah, there we go. Well, SPY's failing. VWAP, so I'm going to remove that order. See if we can come down and break through all this mess again. Work is staying strong. American Airlines is losing a little bit of its lunch here. Boeing still remaining relatively strong. Okay, so ZM's not doing much, so I probably do need to come out of it. Probably do need to just come out of it, so I'll do it. 40, holding it. Just gonna hold it there, guys. Hopefully it'll take my order. Looks like it's ramping up. May give me an opportunity to build a position. I would probably take, at this rate, I'd probably go for a VWAP. Rejection, 150, 109. So I would take I would take 50 shares at 150, 80. And then there we go. Come on up. And then 150, 110. And then hopefully I'd be able to get out after that. It would put me up 125 shares. I could still build a position past that. I just wouldn't want to. And let's see, 150. $25. Let's see. SPY's losing it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to build a position. SPY getting a sell-off. Yeah, it's getting a sell-off. But ZM's not really pulling too much with it. By the way, get a quick check up on BYND. And work, still making moves. BA, still making moves. That's good, note again. So green is good. Green is good, man. SPY looks like it's having a VWAP projection here and like it's going to continue to move down. We'll have to see. ZM is remaining stubborn beyond belief. 5 minutes on Boeing is making me super nervous about taking a long position. Let me see what you're looking at here. Yeah, I mean, I'd be nervous too. You know, SPY's pulling back, so Boeing may have a little bit of a pullback here. If it breaks 166.30, it could probably have a dollar, $2 pullback. But again, you know, there has been divergence on it from the SPY, but see, now SPY's broken VWAP, and SPY is coming down to possibly test low of day. And that kind of makes a difference on a lot of stocks, even those that are a little divergent from the SPY. So ZM hanging out around here. 48.28. And I tell you what, SPY continues to go. I mean, it is kind of dancing off this trend line right here. Could bounce off of it, but I think ZM would be good for a short. If, you know, again, as long as SPY continues to show some kind of weakness. Man, I really want to give this a chance to work out. But at the same time, I'm looking at, you know, I'm up 143 on the day. I mean, it's just, that's just not, I'm not satisfied with that. But I don't know. I'd love to see a push over 200 for once. For once. You know? Flip says, I've taken very few trades this morning, up 37 on the day. My focus is trying to have self-control and not trade. If there is no good range in the market, I'm just avoiding this small range chop. Yeah, well, and that also leads into what I want to talk about. So I'm gonna go ahead, guys, and well, let's just see real quick. Let's see what this SPY does in these next few seconds, because this could be, I mean, this could be decent. Let's just see what it does here. And I may have to come out. Okay, SPY's dropping. Boeing is probably going to get a little bit of a drop too. Well, SPY dropped and then it got bought real quick. Work dropped, followed suit. See if SPY continues to drop. Might go short on Boeing here. It's kind of taking off without me. Let's see if it gives us another little pullback here. $168.58. So, yeah, this is taking off without me. I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant with Boeing because of how many times it's pretty much slapped me in the face. Like right smack in the face. Bowen has broken my nose, given me a black eye. It's ridiculous. I mean, the thing here is, again, this is a stock that's a little divergent from what's happening with the SPY. And so this is kind of one of those situations, and man, this is just. SPY shows a little bit of strength and it gets bought up. Same thing with Bowen. SPY shows a little bit of strength. Bowen should be able to take off. So if SPY curls around and starts coming back up, Bowen's probably going to, it's already coming up versus the SPY going down. Now obviously when SPY broke VWAP around this, that, proved to help pull it back a little bit more. But SPY breaks back up through VWAP and all that, Bowen's probably going to remain a decent long. Yeah, save your bullets, Flip. That's a great way to look at it. Save your bullets. This is definitely the time to do that. That's a good way of looking at it. It's a really good way of looking at it. It's like if you were, it's like if you were living in the times of the Walking Dead, and, you'd have to save your bullets because you want to survive. Even if it's not the Walking Dead, let's just say that it's like, the economy tanks and we have to hunt for food again, or something super extreme and drastic like that. I mean, truth be told, you would want to conserve those bullets. You wouldn't just go to the range and pop off bullets left and right. Like, you would want to conserve them because each one of those bullets signifies a potential for food or safety, protection. So Bowen looks like it's failing a little here, and if it breaks that 20 EMA on the 2-minute, SPY's failing. So I might be interested in going short in anticipation of that break. Okay, it's kind of getting it. Let's see. We're going to go see if we can get the drop here. There we go. There we go. There we go. It's getting the drop. Not quite. Gonna come out half there. Come on. There we go. Bring it down. 69, 68, 65, 50. Break 50. Come on. Come on. Oh well, came out of that. It was a quick $14. It's a quick $14. It was worth it. Made $12 after commissions, and it still might get the drop. Looks like it's headed that way. There we go. So it was a quick little, nice little chunk of change. Nothing to brag about, but I'll tell you what, it's strong, guys. It's getting bought up. But I don't know. It's holding above these moving averages on the 2-minute and the 5-minute. So didn't really break the previous 5-minute candle low. But I would imagine that if it broke through 166.51, it could make a strong enough move down to the 165 area. So I might even get in anticipation of that. Look at the 2-minute. It's really got to prove itself there. So it's having a nice little snapback. This could just be bouncing off a trend line here, but we'll see. SPY's looking strong. ZM, once again, looking like it's trying to be the man. I'm going to go ahead and get out ZM 149. I'm just going to put that order back out there. 49.30. Yeah, I think it could reach it. Just going to come out there. Yeah, Boeing looks like it could be having that rejection. Finally moving down. Let's see. Is he going to push off that trend line? This is a unique situation here. It's a unique situation. This could reject. And if SPY stays weak, I'll tell you what, guys, I'm just trying to be done with the day. I mean, really. But we've got a little bit of a trend forming here, so we'd have to break, like I said, that 166.51 level, but then we'd have to break 166.30 as well. So I would even be inclined to, let's see, the 5-minute. Okay, I think we're going to get the break here. And I think we'll break down through some of this. But obviously I'm going to have to be ready to get out if we don't. See what the 1 minute's looking like. We got to break down through this trend here. I want to see a long red candle all the way down here. SPY can remain weak. I think we can get that. We got 50 shares. Have to break 166.30 as well. Boy, it's fighting it, guys. Fighting it. So breaking out of the wedge. Okay, looks like it might be rejecting it. Let's find out. I'm going to get out at 167.80. Stop by 50 shares there. Well, I should say 171 buy stop. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to try to see if we can get a good solid move all the way down here. Where are we at on the 2 minute? Resting right on that 9 EMA. 5 minute. And I'll tell you what, looks like it wants to break out, honestly, more to the upside. It's really looking like more to the upside. So, more to the upside than the downside. But it'll be interesting. If it breaks down through this trend line, I'm holding that 50 shares, maybe even closer to VWAP. I mean, I'll probably take off like 25, maybe at like 166.03. But looks like it's breaking out. Looks like this is going to go north, at least temporarily. Okay, I'm out. Yep, it's breaking out. Glad I got out there. So, down 20 bucks on Boeing. So, Boeing breaking out of this wedge. No longer interested. Not right now, anyway. I mean, if it curls around, then fine. But ZM still testing. I think ZM can get the drop. I think ZM can get the drop. So, obviously 150, probably going to want to get out. SPY's getting bought up. Work having a nice dip. Okay. Notergen says, I'm so done with Boeing. Every time I get decent gains, it goes into chop mode. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It does. I mean, that's pretty much what it's doing. I still think, you know, on the 15 minute, hasn't broken the previous 15 minute high, but it is moving up. I mean, I don't know. I think it's, I mean, it could still come down. It could still come down. And it looks like it's going to. I might get short again at the break of 167. Let's see. We're going to continue to run. Let's try it. Let's try it again. See if we can break it. See if we can break it. No? Come on. Is it failing? Come on. See if we can get it. There we go. Not really a hard break, but come out a little there just to be safe. See if we can get the good solid drop on this. There we go. Come on. Keep pushing. There you go. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. There you go. Nice move. Nice move on Boeing. Finally got it. There we go. Take another half there. Made all that back. Now I got that 14 bucks that I made on it originally. See if we can just keep getting a move down. Come on. Keep breaking down. We can move down to 164.28. You can do it. Come on. There we go. 165.80. Come on. There we go. 70. Break 165.50 at least. I'll take out another half. I'm going to take out a half right there. Threw it on the bid. We got 13 shares left. And let's see if we can drive down to 164. SPY's pulling. Maybe that'll help. Nope. Getting bought right back up. Come on. I think if it breaks 165.50, we could continue to see a move down. Gonna be clutch. Let's see. Let's do 50. Let's see here. So Boeing might be wanting to pull back up to the 9 EMA on the 5 minute. I could kind of see that happening. Or we could continue making a move down to VWAP. So 165, I'll consider getting in another 100 shares at 165.50. Really want to be able to break that though. So, and it's going to bring my average way down. So there we go. Let's see. Can we do it? Watching time and sales. Last thing I want to do is get caught in a trap. Here we do. Okay, we closed below that 9 EMA. We could continue going. Want to see more selling. Not seeing a lot of selling. Think we could get it here. We just need to look for a decent entry. We're butting up against that 9 EMA. We could come all the way back up. SPY is showing strength. a little bit of strength. So here we go. See if we can crush it. We're getting more selling. Having a hard time at these levels. Holding the 20 on Boeing. I don't know. Boeing's chop fest, guys. It's chop fest. Okay. Could be getting closer. Don't want to get faked out though. Just not a ton of selling. Let's look at the 2 minute, 1 minute. I mean, it's looking good on all of these. SPY continues to fail below VWAP. Okay, we're moving, we're moving. I'm hesitant though. I'm really hesitant right now. You see how the bulls are really holding the line there. I think there's going to be people that get squeezed, but I don't know. It could be a really nice sell off through those levels. Pulling back. I think I'll start with 50 shares. There we go. Need to break. Very critical that we break. Very good. Let's keep it going. Can we continue? Can we continue? Yep. Yep. Let's continue. There we go. There we go. And taking half. 32 shares. Let's break 165. There we go. See if we can move down to VWAP. Let's get crushed. Okay, he's going to take another half there. We're up 218. Gonna let the rest ride. Hopefully down to VWAP. There we go. Nice. Nice move. Continuing to get crushed. Good move. About to come out. And take the last piece off here. Okay, out. Up to 36.43. SPY's losing VWAP. ZM, there's no reason. I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing, ZM? You couldn't even come down and get out my little order that I had down here. Let's see. So ZM is showing some kind of divergence. I'd really love it to just come down and get me out. I had an order at one point so that I could come out with less of a loss. Let's see. If it continues moving up in that fashion, let's see if we can get a quick flush down to 149, 149.60. Yeah. Oh, let's do it. I'll take out 25 there. 149.60. Okay, Bowen's probably getting bought back up. Yep. It's getting a nice little bounce there. Man, did I call the bottom on that one? Let me see. I don't think I quite called the bottom, but executions, yeah, almost. Last one right here. Last one right here. I didn't actually get it till 164.45. I was trying to take it down here, but it had popped up, so I'm glad I got out there. Man, guys, I'm telling you right now, I've never had this much trouble making $236 in my life. No, I take that back. I used to lose $236 pretty easily all the time, and actually in the last week I've lost it pretty easily, so can't really say anything. But okay, so Flip says, let's see, okay. Okay. Yeah, I hate that the YouTube chat doesn't allow for pictures. Totally should. And thanks for whoever gave me 7 likes. I've got 7 likes, so there's 7 people here who have liked this channel, and I genuinely appreciate that. Helps out, especially when things are so crazy in this market. We just need a quick flush down here on ZM. The more that I look at this, the less I even want to take a loss, because I think if it breaks through all of this, I think it's just going to tank down to these levels. So I'm going to still hold it. I'm going to hold these shares. You know, I'm over 200 on the day. SPY's pushing. ZM has flushed so many times. It's holding this line, which is good. It's holding that line, but we should still be able to get, I should at least be able to preserve my capital. So I'm going to look for a flush down to 148.90 and pay for that trade. I don't even know if that would pay for the trade, so we'll say 148.80. I'm going to try to pay for this trade. I'm going to see if we can get a good strong flush down to those levels. If we drew a trend line here, where would it go? So there's 2 ways we could do it. We could do it off of this, which would allow it to come down to roughly 148.60, or we could see this as a new pivot point, and it would come down to 149.06. But I would tend to think most people are probably going off of this. So I'm going to keep it at 148.80. SPY's getting bought up. SPY's pushing. So, all right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break, and I promise when I come back, I am going to discuss what I've been thinking about here lately. And I think this is something that we need to seriously consider. And I think that it's very possible that day trading as we know it could be, the whole game could change. And I've got reasons for why I think that. And I'm just going to share some of these ideas with you guys. And what I'm going to share with you is not necessarily just a given. I mean, I'm not saying that, oh, this is exactly how it's going to be, but I've had this thought often, many times I've had this thought just about if we hit any kind of recession or economic decline, what is day trading going to look like? And there's several reasons I think that question needs to be asked. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back and I'll finally break that down for you. And thank you for your patience, guys. All right, see you in a minute. Okay, guys, I'm back. And I'm just going to see where this goes. I can't see ZM getting too much of a buy up today, not in these market conditions. Of course, this market is ridiculous and irrational, and watch this thing just shoot straight up, and I have to take like a basically lose everything I made today. I mean, just watch. But I think the odds of that happening are slim to none, and I've got plenty of room to add into a position as we move up. I mean, I'd let it go pretty far too before my first add, and maybe add here, 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 and then as soon as we get enough of a pullback, just get out. But we'll see. I'm gonna let it go. So, all right, guys. So here's what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking. Probably part of the reason why day trading has dropped off a little bit is because, quite frankly, there's probably a lot of people losing their shirt right now. There's probably a lot of people who's lost a lot of money. There's a lot of people who are out of work, and they're getting no paycheck. There's no paycheck coming their way, right? And it's probably pretty scary for some people, honestly. And there's probably a lot of people who were refunding their day trading accounts over and over and over again, and now they've got to think twice about what they do with that money. Okay? And I think that it's possible that if we are in some kind of crazy economic decline, I think it's very, very possible that, because I've thought about this many times before. I've thought about this many times before. If it's true that we are experiencing some kind of economic decline, I'm going to go ahead and take another. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Nah, I'm not going to risk it. Not yet. I've thought about this before. Like, we've been in a huge bull market. We've had the lowest rate of unemployment in a long time, if not ever. The economy has been booming. It's been strong. Housing, development, cities just populating and growing, and businesses opening up, and everybody's got a business now, and it's just been booming so much that the money has just not been really hard to come by, and I think a lot of us may even have a tendency to forget how things were back in 2008, and especially younger cats that didn't really have to worry about that. I don't know, maybe you saw it or heard it from your parents or whatever, but and actually I really didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't really suffer from the economic decline in 2008. I had my hands in a couple small businesses that were actually doing pretty well. They just so happened to be types of fields and industries that didn't suffer too much. But the thing is I just wonder how scarce it could become in the markets. That's kind of the point that I'm driving at. If people really are having to be much more mindful of where they spend their money and how they spend their money, there might be a lot of people that don't get into day trading. And before when everything was booming, you had people buying up courses. It wasn't just that they were getting in the stock market with their money and downloading the Robinhood app or whatever, but like they were buying day trading courses. They were spending thousands of dollars to be a part of somebody's online day trading course and to be a part of a chat room and to have the best tools and scanners and newsfeed subscriptions available to them. And I really think that in a recession, we're going to see a lot less of that, and I think those will be the first expenses that people cut, which is why teaching a conservative trading strategy where you can day trade and even do pretty well without paying for all those expensive tools. I mean, those will probably be the first things to go, I imagine. People would probably, instead of buying a course, they would maybe do a little bit more due diligence with doing Google searches and watching free YouTube videos, just trying to draw free content out there to learn how to day trade. So, the courses would probably go first. People would probably find ways around the tools. Again, you'd got free subscriptions to TradingView and FinViz and MarketWatch. And so that would probably be the next thing to go. But I think it is very possible that the markets in general could become scarce because there probably will be a lot of people who won't be in here as much. And it just may be that what we're seeing and what we're experiencing is a slower market. And this might be what a slow market looks like. It may be chop fest. There may be much less follow through because you've got less volume, less liquidity, less people coming in and either shorting or longing with the to keep the momentum going. I mean, I'm really thinking about this. I'm wondering, are we just starting to get a taste, a small taste of what it might be like if the stock market becomes a desert for a while? And I don't think it's going to become a desert in the same fashion of, an actual desert where, you can walk out in the desert and see like you're the only one there, like nobody else is there, but I don't mean but what I'm saying is I think that I mean, obviously, there's going to be a lot of people that still come into the stock market. You're going to have a lot of people with money that are still coming into the stock market. You're going to have a lot of swing traders, investors, constantly buying and selling stocks every day. So it's not going to become a desert per se, but I think it could become just a lot more difficult and a lot less liquid. And the spreads will be bigger. I mean, we've seen a lot more spreadiness in stocks over the course of the last couple of weeks. And, it could just it could turn it into where like the math is going to have to change a little. And when we calculate where we take entries and exits, it's going to have to change a little. And I think we're going to have to exercise a little more patience. And I think there might have to be more scalping techniques that are developed during this time and that sort of thing. So, there's a lot that I'm thinking about here. There's some things that I just wanted to share with you guys and some ideas that I wanted to pose here. I think about cryptocurrency. That, for those of you who don't know, that's actually where I started. I started trading cryptocurrency, and I started before the big bull run of 2017. I was actually getting into crypto earlier that year, before that bull run ever even occurred. And it was the same thing. After that bull run died down, and after the crypto ran parabolic and Bitcoin was $20,000, and then it crashed. It went through a recession, went through a bear market, and crypto exchanges were just, there was not as much movement or liquidity, and it made it very difficult to day trade. But here's the other thing. It made it much more susceptible to market manipulation, because that's the thing, when you're dealing with less liquidity and you've got these big whales coming into the market. I mean, it's so much more susceptible to being manipulated. I mean, they can drive the price up so easily and so quickly. And they can sell off. They could sell off, and stocks could just dump enormously. And I just wonder how much of that would we end up seeing in the stock market. And obviously, it wouldn't be forever. I mean, no recession, at least thus far, no recession has ever lasted forever. I mean, obviously, this would just probably be, a year or two, maybe 3 years of some really rough, scarce type of trading, something that's a little more susceptible to market manipulation, and something that we would just have to be a little bit more calculative and patient with. So I'm not saying it's going to go there. I'm just really heavily considering the possibilities. And I think that these are real possibilities that should be considered. So I don't know. Thoughts? What do you guys think? Good job, Notergen. 150 on the day. Yeah. Good job. Good job. So I don't know. What do you guys think about the assessment here? And do you have anything to add to that? And after a response or two, if we get a response or two, then I'll tell you what kind of a strategy that I may be looking at if it does get that way. And I'm already kind of working on it. And some of you guys have already seen remnants of that, or seen, not remnants, but you've seen parts of that, pieces of that. So Short It Off says makes a lot of sense. I guess that's the long and short answer. And I know you guys probably don't want to be typing up a bunch of stuff here and trying to type some long, deep answer to that question, but if you have anything to add to it, it would be interesting to know. And this might even be something that I might do a video on the trader's mind and end up discussing this. So Notergen says, it does seem that volume and uncertainty is a thing now. Yeah, I've been watching and simulating the market for over a year now. It doesn't look good. Yeah, it's not what it was. It's genuinely not what it was. I mean, even a lot of these low float, small cap stocks the way they keep popping and dropping, popping and dropping. There's just, there's very little follow through on anything. I mean, if you think about it. So, short it all. Appreciate your response. Note again, appreciate your response. If anybody else has anything to add, or do you agree? Do you disagree? Where do you think the market is heading? And again, I'll wait a couple minutes for some responses. And I know you guys probably don't even hear this till like 10, 20 seconds after I've said it. So I'll just kind of pause for a minute in some awkward silence here, and then you guys can let me know your thoughts, and then I'll tell you what I'm thinking about as far as my strategy. So Notergen says, my early scalping strategy seems to be the only thing that really works. Every time I get in for the anticipation of a big move, I get chopped up. Yeah, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Yeah. Yeah, Flip says most pro day traders trade for the first hour and the last hour of the day, and that's because the algos run the rest of the day. If we lose too many day traders, algos might take over the whole session. I think that's a very fair assessment there. Notergen says, I agree with your assessment. It seems to get worse. Yeah, so Flip, on that note, the algos, that's a great point that you brought up. I totally forgot to even comment on that. That's because that's another thing that I was wanting to add to that. Not just, aside from market manipulation, you're right, the algos could come in and completely take a toll on us. And so and you're right. So most professional day traders trade for the first hour and the last hour of the day. And honestly, it would be nice. It would be nice to be done. I'm cool with staying in the markets just because I enjoy it and I like watching it. Business, with the other job that I have and everything, business has been just really slow lately. So hasn't been that big of a deal to stay in the markets a little longer. But I'll tell you, there are some professional day traders out there that have a very good read on the algos. They've just been doing it a long time. They've been watching these charts and patterns play out for so long. Quick Fingers is another. He's a good example. Thanks, Yoni B. So Yoni B also thinks it's a pretty fair assessment. But Quick Fingers Luke was a guy who came in here. He's got a YouTube channel. Okay, Work Diver seems to agree with it as well. So appreciate you guys responding to that. So Quick Fingers Luke, he's got a YouTube channel. He came in here on the chat one morning. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was from a few weeks back. And, he's one of those guys that kind of has a really good read on the market like that. And I think if he's still doing, I don't want to speak for him so entirely, but from what I've gathered, at least part of the time, part of what his strategy is taking very calculative moves in the market on even stocks that don't have a ton of liquidity on them. But he just marks out very critical areas of support and resistance. He has an averaging in type of strategy and just takes them very safely throughout the day, and he does pretty well with it. He makes anywhere from $500 to $1,000 a day, I think, is what he says he likes to do on average. And so he seems to have been quite profitable with that strategy. And and so that's somebody you might want to check out his channel. If you YouTube, just type in Quick Fingers Luke, Luc, Quick Fingers Luke. So he's got a pretty good strategy for that, and I think that if the market becomes scarce, even in the morning trades, even in the first hour of the day and the last hour of the day, we might have to operate like that. We might have to be a little more calculative with that sort of thing. So anyway, ZM is making subtle, small moves up. So let's see. Yoni B says it was bad like this right before the 2016 election, and then it came back to life after the election. Okay, so you must have been obviously trading during that time, Yoni B. I honestly have no idea how it was during then because I was not yet trading. But it's interesting. That's interesting, and it might even be that way the rest of this year until after the election, if that's how it was then. Yoni, alert from scanner. Okay, Billy. Billi. Short. Okay, that's interesting. Check that out. Give that a shot. Interesting. Very slow mover though. Very slow moving. Work is making a slow progression back up. Boeing may be doing the same. American Airlines may be doing the same. So here's, real quick guys, this is what I'm looking at on SPY. SPY is kind of just in this area of consolidation. It's got a lot of levels to break through to come up. Okay. I would like to see a small flush at least down to this level here, this 250 level. I would like to see, even if we just get a roll back over and a small travel down there. Today just might be a slow day of consolidation in the SPY. I don't know, but it may continue to go up. So who knows? We may have to see what happens in power hours. ZM, I have a feeling ZM is just going to teeter around VWAP, maybe even pop, maybe even come up to these levels and then come back down. But I honestly don't know if I want to sit on it that long. Looks like it's just slowly getting pushed up. I'm just waiting for, here's the thing, you know, because I've wanted to short like 50 shares to bring my average way up, or even 100 shares to bring my average way up. So then when it comes back down to this EMA, I could get out, break even, maybe even make a little bit of a profit, although I don't think I could bring my average up that much. I'd probably have to take like 200 shares, but I'm afraid that, you know, and this has happened to me so many times. It starts getting little buy up, little buy up, little buy up, and then it just starts squeezing. And what I don't want to do is come in with that 200 shares and then this be the moment of the squeeze. So I'm going to wait for the squeeze until I do anything like that. I'm going to wait for the squeeze. And if it doesn't get a squeeze and it slowly rolls over, then I'll just be patient and wait for it to come down enough for me to get out of the trade. But we'll have to see. But yeah, it's getting a slow, gradual buy up today. Be interesting to see if the SPY could roll over, what this would eventually do. So I still have, so I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to draw another little trend line here. So 149.45. Man, I can't believe this stock is taken off. I think it can still come down. I mean, the buy up is just very, very small, but it's mostly buy volume nonetheless. So So it's recovered VWAP and it's closed over VWAP. Guys, I might take this at 150.80 just because I don't know what this is going to do. And SPY looks like it could get seriously bought up. So I'll even give it to 150.70. Don't want to do this, but I'm probably going to have to do this. Just with the way the SPY's looking right now. Yeah, I might even have to move it to 150.80. Don't want to do that, but it is what it is. It's going to keep me from closing 200 on the day, but I'm just watching the SPY. I mean, I was fine to let it work itself back down to this trend line, but the SPY's pushing, and I'm so nervous with the SPY right now. The way that it's been massively bought up, and stocks have been massively bought up with it. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous with how this stuff has been going and how it's been moving. Completely irrational. Although it's come down to tap that 9 every time on the 15. All right, I'll keep it at 70. There we go. See if we can get a little flush back to that line. We get a push down through VWAP. No reason we shouldn't be able to get out there. And then I may start scalping this to make it back over 200. Just do a quick couple scalps. Maybe even one scalp with 100 shares ought to do it. So yeah, we got to wait for the cure or the election. Yeah, true, Yoni B. Yoni B says, but there is also the added issue with the virus. So maybe it might wait for the vaccination or the cure. Yeah, true. UK Prime Minister tested positive. Yeah. Yoni B says, I think June/July it'll be okay. Hopefully. Flip says AMD just got an alert. Yeah, Notre again. As the virus concerns subside. True. I mean, that's what we hope anyway. You'd think that that's how things would be, but I'll tell you what, our economy has taken such a hit already. I don't know. I mean, it may take a lot longer to recover, and I know people don't like to hear that. I know that's not the popular opinion, but just trying to think about it reasonably. And even just to play devil's advocate for a minute. I mean, I would think that the economy could pick back up, ramp back up pretty quickly. I would at least hope that it could. So I am hopeful for it, but again, what if it doesn't? So, how do we prepare for that? And I think that's a conversation that needs to be had. Again, I know it's not the popular thing, but I'm not here to be popular. I'm here to, you know, just try to be real about different things and try to really come to a genuine understanding, because I think that's going to be more helpful than me trying to be popular. Okay, we might finally get the pullback here. And what I'm going to do is put this down to 150.40. I think that'll help me stay above 200. And if it doesn't look like we're going to get it, then I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, I'm taking it. All right, guys. I'm down 193.93. Or I'm ending the day right now. Not ending the day, but I'm up. You guys know what I'm saying. Tongue tied over here. AMD, what price? AMD just hit the flat top from yesterday. This could be interesting, actually. Yeah, I might would go short here if SPY looks like it could lose its levels. I would want it to come up a little bit further. This could actually put me back over 200. I should have taken it. Just going to let the order come to me. That would have put me over. I was trying to let the order come to me, so might still get it. SPY looks like it's going to drop back and test VWAP. So what's up, Sauger? No baby yet, huh? Hold on one second, Sauger. Stay with us real quick. Man, I really want to jump in on this. Let's see where SPY's at on the 2-minute. There it goes. SPY's dumping. I think AMD can come back down here to these levels, maybe even VWAP, depending on what SPY does. So, okay, I'm going to go short on AMD. I'm going to look for it to come down to test the 9 EMA. I'll consider coming out the first 100 shares, so at 47.26. But I want to see SPY continue to come down. See what this is doing here. It's bouncing. See what SPY's doing. See if SPY can pull back to VWAP. If SPY can pull back to VWAP, we'll still be looking good. I will continue to let this come up. Might even add at 45. Actually, no, because if it breaks 45, probably want to add at 48. Add again at 54. Yeah, Sauger says no baby yet. Yeah. Wife trying to, okay, I hear you, ma'am. Trying to get the labor going. We'll update y'all as soon as it happens. Good. But good to see you too, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. I was actually up over 200, but I was already in a trade on, what's the name of that stock? ZM. And it was just running against me mercifully. I couldn't get out, so I had to eventually take a loss. It put me back under 200. So I think SPY's going to get a little bit of a move back to VWAP right now, and I think I can get back over the 200 mark on AMD with this 200 shares. And if I do, I'll go ahead and call it a day after the trade plays out. So I'll get out the first 100 here at 24, 47.24. SPY's continuing to get a little bit of a drop. And then I'll see if AMD can bring the other 100 shares all the way back down to VWAP. That'll be a good little clean trade there. So may even build a bigger position here. I tried to get in more shares at 48 and 54. Never went up that far. But I'm watching SPY on the other monitor here. It's continuing to drop, so we should continue to get the drop here. So I'm going to let this trade work itself out. I think as long as SPY can continue to, and I'll be patient with it, and I might even add in again on this. I may even add in again because this is just looks like we're going to get a bit of weakness here. So where would I add in? Let's see. Probably would want to come out if it was able to ramp back up past these levels, but I think feel pretty confident it's following the SPY right now. So 2 minutes staying bought up on that 9 EMA. We want to lose the 9 EMA on the 2 minute, and we also want to lose the 20 on the 2 minute. And it'd be nice to crack through the 5 and crack through all of this and just come down. I feel confident about this trade here, and the reason being is if you look up here, this whole flat top that we couldn't break through yesterday, we're also not able to break through it now. So okay, I may come out. No, I'm going to stay in. See if we can break down. Just looks like it's having a really hard time right there. Need to see a flush. SPY looks like it's going to get bought up. There we go. I'm going to put 100 at 28. So I got out 100 there. So I'm over 200. Let's see where this these next shares go. Looks like it's making a good solid move down. Really love to see a test back to VWAP, but SPY may not give us that opportunity. SPY's having very little sell-off, lots of pullback, but it has broken the 20 EMA on the 5 minute, and I think it can test. I think it can test VWAP and break through. So I'm gonna try to be patient for that, guys. Yoni took both Billy and AMD, both in profit. Good job. Good job, Flip. Yeah, thanks for calling out AMD because this has been pretty decent here as well. Like I said, I'm going to try to be patient, see if we can make another, I don't know, maybe another 30, 40 bucks on that last 100 shares. So it'd be great to end the day up 250. Probably would end up, or 240 even, probably would end up basically 200 after fees and commissions and whatnot. So guys, if it comes back, obviously don't want to get chopped out of it, but again, very confident with this right now because of this test of this flat top. Total rejection of that flat top. Couldn't break back out of it. Now it's running down. SPY's running down. SPY's about to tag the VWAP. So this could just be a good solid move altogether. So what I might even do is piece out 50 shares at 47.07. Again, I'm going to want to see confirmation breakthrough on the VWAP on the SPY. If not, obviously, I'll have to get out of this. Otherwise, I may even look to add. So SPY's having a quick little buy up here. So it could be a VWAP bounce. Could be a VWAP bounce. See how genuine it is. Stop out at 47.36. Probably ought to stop out there, yeah. SPY's having a pretty massive buy up, guys. Let's look at this on the 2 minute and the 1 minute. Okay. Big recovery. Yeah, if it comes over 35, probably need to get out. Stop. Buy. So comes back up 35, stop, buy. I'm gonna just move my stop down. At least pay for the trade. Okay, tags 34. Gonna stop, buy. SPY looks like it could start ramping up, and there it goes. So AMD gonna follow suit. Yep, it's pushing. SPY's pushing. So now it's pulling again. Maybe that's what the divergence was for. Stop buy at 47.33. Okay. It's pulling. Stop buy at 47.31. SPY's got to keep moving. If it reverses, I'm going to take that as a bullish move. And we'll get out at the break of 47.30. SPY's pulling hard. Want to see it come back down to VWAP and break through VWAP. I'm going to put in a stop limit because I don't want to take it anywhere over 32 if it triggers it. Okay, stop buy. Okay. SPY's having a hard time. but SPY's pushing, so it's probably going to get me out here for a total of how much? 14 maybe? Yeah, 14. So it was worth it. Pay for the trade. Up to 07.93. All right, so what do we got here? Yeah, nice call flip. So let's see. Sog, are you still here? Yeah, whenever you post Notergen, feel free to share the link in the chat. I give you permission to do that. Feel free to share the link to the video in the chat here. Let's see, flip. This scanner is right at 90% of the time. So my theory is with those types of odds, if we can get really good at risk management when we take these trades, that's all we need. True flip. Good point. Note again, little long videos, but I'm seeing a trend with my losers, working on fixing my losses in the chop. Good. Yeah, this is where we work the new strategy, guys. We're going to need to work some kind of strategy. AMD is continuing to show divergence with the SPY. Sauger, glad you're still here. I'm gonna bring up something here in a second. Bear with me. If AMD can continue to get a move down, I might take a good chunk, a good solid share size to get towards that VWAP. It's taken off without the SPY. There we go. SPY's having a hard time. AMD's in some chop, guys, but SPY looks like it's rolling. Thing is if it starts getting bought up massively here, I'm not going to want to be in AMD. Now, if it gets bought up momentarily and slams back down, and I see divergence on AMD, I'm definitely shorting AMD. Man, AMD's not going to give me time to find out, though. Here's the thing. I just don't want to get chopped out. This is the worst place to get chopped out. Not if I go in with 400 shares. SPY's pushing. It's trying, but it's just not able to break. SPY looks like it wants to go. Here's the thing, SPY has held VWAP. So it's very possible that it's going to shoot up. If it does, I might want to long AMD. But it's just not holding. Now it is. It's pushing. So far it's not confirming. Okay, I'm not going to mess with it. Too much chop. So back to the chat here. So flip, I think Trade Ideas has a feature that will... Yep. Okay. Cool. So, yeah. So Sagar, man. One interesting thing we were talking about today, and this was something that I wanted to discuss. Are you still here, by the way, Sagar? Just want to make sure. I don't want to repeat all this if you've left the room. But we were essentially discussing. I'll give you time to answer, but okay, there you go. So we were essentially discussing the possibilities of an economic decline, and maybe even if we have to face a bit of a recession here for the next year or two, or however long it would be. It might not even be that long, or it could be longer. We just don't know. We're just trying to be realistic about it. And when I say we, this is really kind of more of the thoughts that I was having and sharing. We did have some guys in the live stream who were coming into a little bit of agreement with it, but I think it's something we're all kind of thinking about and wondering. And Spy is losing its lunch. Hold on. Let me see. Is there any way I can get in on this? Or is this just going to be another chop fest? I don't trust it. So anyway, let me get back to this, Sagar. This is one thing I personally have been thinking about. You know, there's a lot of people out there that are probably going to be sitting on their money for a while. A lot of people are losing their jobs. The money just may not be, to make a very long story short, and without going into all the details we were talking about earlier, the money just might not be as prevalent in the stock market in the months to come. And it might dry up a little. And I was kind of comparing it to the bear market in crypto because I was trading during that time in crypto. I don't really mess with crypto anymore. I mean, I really don't mess with it, but I kind of watch it from the sidelines. And if I ever see something that I think is a good move, I might take it. But it's been a long time. It's been since like last summer since I've done anything with crypto. But crypto was extremely difficult, and there's some kind of money is coming into the markets from I don't even know where. This is why, guys, this is part of what I'm telling you too with market manipulation. I mean, it's more susceptible to this when you don't have a lot of liquidity, when you don't have a lot of volume and a lot of traders in the markets. If you look at the S&P 500, I mean, it just had this massive bull buy up, and I don't even know what it's doing now, but I'm just going to sit on the sidelines. I'm not even going to try to jump in on this, but Sagar, with cryptocurrency, that space, there was a lot less people in it, and it was much more susceptible to market manipulation. And during the bear market, when prices weren't moving much, it was a lot more difficult to trade, and you had to be a lot more calculative with it. Well, here we are kind of seeing that there are possibilities of us going through this with the stock market. In a bear market, in a recession, there's probably going to be less traders, less retail traders, less guys like you and me. People are going to be trying to preserve their capital, like I said, or they're going to need to be working other jobs to make money. I mean, they're just not going to be able to trade. And day trading is one of those things that, especially if people are, just learning how to day trade and they keep losing money, they're probably just going to have to give it up for a while, at least until things get better with the economy, at least till things get better with their own lives financially. Because just millions of Americans, as we can already see, are taking a financial hit. And the world in general. And there's people that trade the U.S. stock market from all over the world. So with that being said, I'm thinking about, what kind of strategy we will have to develop to be able to trade in this market, because they just might be choppy. We may not, what we've been seeing the last couple of weeks, where there's less and less follow through on a lot of these stocks and there's more choppiness and more market manipulation. You have these moments like right here in the SPY where all of a sudden it's just like shoots up to these levels and then gets sold off immediately. Like, I think those intermittent periods of volatility, I think this is going to be a reality. I think this is something that we may have to face for a while. And we're going to have to be very careful with how we trade this market and where we take positions. And again, just gonna have to probably be a lot more calculative with it. And so I don't know. Those are some of the things that we were talking about and thinking about, and just didn't know if you had anything to add to that, and wanted to pick your brain. And what do you think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you have any additional thoughts that to share that might prove to be a little helpful for that kind of a season? And I never really did fully discuss my strategy on what I'm thinking about doing, but essentially, it would be kind of zooming out and seeing how the market's moving up and down, up and down, up and down, and taking calculated positions in areas that have been revisited multiple times, and start with very small size and just dollar cost average as it goes up, and then wait for the drop. Wait for the drop, wait for it to come back, and start taking a little bit of profit. So it may require a lot more patience. It may require a lot, just like I said, you just have to be a lot more calculative, a lot more careful, and you're going to have to sit here watching yourself kind of underwater for a while, but just knowing and trusting the strategy of how these stocks move, that it's at some point going to return. I mean, you could even do it on a VWAP strategy. VWAP is, stocks constantly move around VWAP. They constantly come back to VWAP. This is probably going to eventually come back down here in these levels near VWAP. So, I don't know. Those are some things that I'm thinking about right now. Anyway, any thoughts? And take your time. I mean, I know everybody's just kind of chilling right now. I'm going to remove work, and I'm going to see what Uber might be doing right now. So like Uber right now had a major sell-off, right? Had a major sell-off. Now it's popping back up. If we got in here, let's say, because there's some previous area of support here. We started adding in up to these levels. What's the odds of it returning back to this? It has returned back to this price point. It's hit this price point once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times in the last 24 hours. And more than that throughout the last 48 hours. Sagar says, I think that's possible for short term. I think it's bull. And that's because of the US dollar works different than the other currency. And because of that, they can print a lot of money. Yeah. My other mentor told me, but I forgot to ask him why. Yeah, I saw an interesting video the other day on something that was kind of... Look at this. Look at this, by the way. Something kind of... I saw a video that was something kind of along those lines, Sagar. See, I might see if I can share the link with you guys. It was interesting. $256.22. So I would look for it to come up to these levels again. And where was that flat top breakout or flat top breakdown level? It was, I guess, kind of up here in this area. I'll tell you what, man, somebody's got this market on lock. You got people that are making sure this market keeps getting bought up. And it could be, it could just be investors and people, just trying to be smart and get in, before, if they think we've hit the bottom. So ZM, I wonder if it would see 152 as resistance. Take it at 152 and like 152.80. Take 50 shares. and see if we could get a drop back down. It's dropped back down to these levels so many times. So let's just try it out. Let's just have fun with this for a minute. So I would put an order at 152. Where's this? Short little breakout there. 152.10. And I'd probably put it in again at 152. I don't know. 70. Bring my average to, here we'll even do, yeah. No, I mean, that would bring my average to 152.40. So if it taps up, then I can take it again at, if it taps up to 152.10, then I could put in an order at 151, I don't know, 151.60. Keeps coming back down to there. I mean, just, literally make 25 bucks here and there. And if it keeps going, I mean, you can see it's tapped off of here and now it's coming back down. So CCL alert. Okay, cool flip. Sauger also this time around, any specific industry did not fall. It fell only because of this virus and domino effect. Yeah, that's true. Also, we have a huge net worth. Probably Apple company alone is worth more than some countries' GDP. I think it will be a slow grind up. Yeah. U.S. grew so much in the tech sector in the last decade alone. We still have the space sector, space traveling, and more. We still have yet to hit the next breakthrough, and I think we're on the way. I'm bull on the market with those points. Got you. Yeah, I think long term, definitely. I mean, I'm definitely in agreement with you. I don't think we're gonna go into any super devastating, never recovering type of. I think we are bullish long term. I'm there with you. I think it is, like you said, though, it's gonna be a slow recovery. Now, I just don't know how slow of a recovery, and that's really my only point in all of this. I have often thought to myself, okay, how slow of a recovery can this be? And what should we legitimately, what is a legitimate, potential recovery time? Because are we talking months? Are we talking years? If years, is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? And I think, honestly, with everything that I'm seeing right now, I think it really depends on how long we stay where we're at right now on lockdown. Companies cannot handle this too much longer. They just cannot. Even with the bailouts, it's just not. Our economy was not built to shut down for 3 months. Okay, so if we can, let me see here. Try taking it at. I may just leave it at 70 for now. See if you can have a little bit of a run up there. And then I would take it back at 152.30. SPY's pushing though. I think if we open things back up, if we open the economy back up, I think we could recover maybe by the end of the year. Of course, we do have the election to think about. Somebody had mentioned that. I don't know if it was Yoni B or Notergen. One of you guys had mentioned the election. So we'd have to get through that. But if this economy stays shut down for a month or a month and a half, I don't know, man. I think it could be a couple years. I really do. And I agree with you. Again, I think we're going to continue to go into a bull run. I think we'll even break the highs that we were previously at before everything tanked. But again, it's just how long. how long would that take? And in me personally, I'm kind of just measuring it. And of course, according to what I've even, I've been researching on this a little, and I've listened to, some of what the analysts were saying, and people who typically have a good grasp on this sort of thing. It seems as though the general opinion is that, we could, it could just knock the wind out of us a little bit longer if, if this continues, the economic shutdown. So this is the recession, but it's a controlled recession. You're looking at a 2 fiscal quarter recovery time. Trump is about to sign the stimulus package soon. It passed in the House too now. Yeah. So I'm looking for this to tag 152.70, and then I'm going to put in an order immediately at 152.30. Maybe even 152.20. I'd really love to see it like ramp up, snatch that order, and come back down. SPY's getting bought. So hopefully this will not be one of those times where it just takes off and grabs my order and just blows to the freaking moon. Which is why I've got to be extra careful. So I probably will leave it at 152.30. Okay, and just about in. It's pausing right there, so I don't feel good about that. Might even put this up to 152. Well, let's see. Man, that might have actually worked. That might have actually worked. That actually would have worked, I think. Let's see. It sold on 30, but it didn't clear it on the ask. Let's see. I'll take it at 60. I'll take it at 60. Yeah, Sagar. No, I think all points were made very well. I think all points were made very well. So, um, I'm definitely in agreement with a lot of what you were sharing there, and um, I'm just just adding a little more to it because I mean, who knows? But I guess it doesn't matter. Like I think the ultimate thing that matters in this conversation is kind of the devil's advocate. Like, what if? What should we be ready for as retail traders, and what kind of scalping strategy, what kind of very calculative scalping strategies can we formulate to get through something like that? So anyway, that's more than how the fundamentals play out. I guess that's just something to consider, just in case they do play out one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? So, so yeah, I don't know if we're gonna return to normal life either. I think it's gonna be a while. I think it's gonna be a while for sure. There's no doubt that this has had an effect. There's no doubt this has had an effect on us. You know, I think I'm gonna try to grab those 50 shares again at 152.60, and then take it at 151.90. Ah, SPY's coming down. It's probably not going to happen. Okay, well, see what AMD's doing. So AMD broke out through all of this when the SPY got bought up, but now it's suffering a correction with the SPY. But I don't know if that SPY is real, if that correction's real. But anyway, guys, I'm pretty much done for the day though, so I'm probably gonna walk. I'll go ahead and leave this up a little bit longer. I'm gonna go take a lunch break, and maybe I might come back and check back in and see if there's anything else. But you know, I did say if I'm up to $300, I mean, really, I'm trying. I wanted to get it closer to 300 just because I'd like to pay for commissions. I'd like to be up 200, but you know, if I take a break and come back and I don't see anything, I'm just gonna walk. So again, I'm gonna mute the mic here. I'm gonna leave the live stream up so you guys can chat with each other and all of that, and then I'll just maybe chime back in one more time before we end this thing out. So Sagar says I was going to bring my laptop here to trade, but figured internet speed would be slow. It's like 2 megabytes here versus at home. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's insane. That is slow. Yeah, I wouldn't try to trade with that, man. That could be dangerous. That could be dangerous. You use Lightspeed though. I know that Lightspeed has an option to, you know, like I guess if you wanted to take like a longer swing trade or something like that, and if as long as it was profitable enough, and then you could just call your broker and have them get you out of it or whatever. And I forget how much that costs. I don't know. It's like 30, $40 or something like that. But you'd have to justify that. It'd have to be like a $300 or $400 trade to even justify calling the broker. So thanks, Note again. I will, man. I'm gonna go. My wife made some really just ridiculously good soup the other day. It's kind of like a lentil type of, but it's not like what you think of when you think of lentils. I can't even anyway. I can't can't even describe this stuff. But it's a really healthy. Like my wife is all into dieting and healthy stuff, and so you know it's really healthy, but it's really good. I mean, it is genuinely legit. It's really good. So I'm gonna go have some of that and hang out with her and the baby, and I'll come back up here and check on this here in a little bit. SPY's pushing, but I don't know if it's gonna break out. So this is where you know what? I may want to take this. May want to take this. What's it looking like on the 15-minute? 73. Ah, forget about it. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. I have a feeling, though. Well, I don't know. Sagar. Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely, man. Hope everything goes well with you and your wife and the baby and everything. And yeah, keep us posted. Keep us posted. Even if you just come and comment on today's trade recap. Let us know it's all right. Let us know it's all right, man. And I'm sure it's gonna be. I'm sure it's gonna be. So good luck with everything, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you later. Thank you, Work Diver. Always good to see you here in the chat, Work Diver. And yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate your call on ZM today. That would have been a great long if I was long biased. I probably would have taken that, and that probably could have been an entire day maker for me. So, um, but it did enable me to come in and take some shorts, and we've made a little bit of money here. Not too much. I've obviously had to take some losses on it, but good enough. Good enough. I'm still expecting a drop too on ZM. I just don't know when. I don't know when and I don't know how. But this is kind of one of those times where I want to go ahead and short, but watch this be the moment where it just takes off, takes off without you. Ah, that would have been good. That would have been good, especially if we get down to 152. Look at that. Look at that, man. Oh, that would have been a great. That would have been a great short. I'm just nervous, like I said, because I was doing this the other day, and it just kept getting bought up past. Like as soon as I got in, all of a sudden, this has happened to me multiple times in this market. Like as soon as I get in, that's the moment where it just gets bought up to no end. And it's almost like somebody's just sitting here watching me. They're just waiting. Like it'll sit here and go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But the moment I get in, just takes off. It's like, man, you gotta be kidding me. So I don't know. I'm a little paranoid right now. So there's so many great scalps I could have had on this. I mean, we could be up 138 bucks on this right now. I could definitely be up over $300 on half the times I wanted to take this trade for scalps, but again, just a little nervous with it. So Boeing looks like it's making a move down. So anyway, I'll keep ZM on watch here, and actually might be better for you guys if you could see the SPY. So I'll put the SPY here. This is the 5-minute chart. You can see these lines, these levels I've marked out. Got levels down there, so let's see. Just make it like that. So hopefully that's a little better. And yeah, I'll leave that up on the screen so you can see those levels that I marked out on the SPY. Probably need to put another level here. Let's see, can we clone? Nah, it's not gonna let me clone. So bring it down a little. So that's another level to look at. And then this is probably another critical level, so I'll put a little line right there. So there we go. All right, I'll leave that up for you guys. See you in a bit. Okay, guys, I'm back. See what we have. See what we're looking at here. SPY. See the 15-minute. Okay, could be bull flagging here, but looks like it might get a rejection off a trend line, and then this area here. They really need to be bought up, and you know, volume is dying off. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see what the 30-minute looks like. See if that's telling a different story. Okay. All right, so it's still getting bought up on the 30. And then the hour. We ended the last hour on a doji. We have not had nearly the same buy volume this hour. Now there's 20 minutes left in this. Well, 15 maybe. No, oh, sorry. Okay, there's 35 minutes. Sorry, I thought it was 240. I don't know why I thought that. Okay, I take that back. Let's see, 5 minute. It's respecting VWAP, that's for sure. ZM came all the way back to that trend line. Look at that. Called it, guys. Just didn't call it well enough. Didn't call it enough to do anything for myself on there. So the next break would be here. Let's look at American Airlines. It's decreasing. Let's look at AMD. AMD is still pretty much tracking with the SPY. Question is this the return to VWAP? And it could be, but I don't trust it. It's tracking way too much with the SPY. So Boeing seems like it's coming down. Okay, now because of this major failure here, and as slow as this is continuing to move, I don't think there's going to be a major buy up here. I could be wrong, but I'm going to put in an order at 151.20. SPY seems to be having a pretty quick buy up though, so I may want to put this up a little further. SPY looks like it's ramping up, so I'm going to put an order in at 151.30 and we'll see if it bites. And then I'll take it back. I'll take those shares back at see work. Yeah. Yeah. Work doesn't look bad. It would have to really push hard to get up past these levels, but it might do it. It might do it. I don't know. Or it just could be a VWAP breakout fake out. Of course, being short biased, that's how I'm going to see it. You know, that's just a short, that's a short bias trader for you. Okay, looks like we could be getting another nice move on AMD. SPY just tried to get bought up there and just completely got crushed. But I don't know, it's crazy. Okay. SPY looks like it's pulling, but there's divergence, so I'm not going to go for that. American Airlines could lose some very, very significant levels. SPY's getting bought right back up. It's having a tough time around this trend line, ZM. I'm thinking ZM can get a good breakdown to these levels down here. I don't want to go in too heavy though. SPY's ramping up a little, but we're still seeing divergence here. But this could get bought, right up. So where was it? 11. So, okay. There's a fight for it to stay in, so. BA is getting bought up. American Airlines is getting bought up. BKYI, that lost its lunch. ASTC still down. BYND, where did that move? That ended up moving up. CCL, AAL, AMD. Okay, yep. AMD's moving with the SPY. Uber moving with the SPY. This is where ZM is becoming a little more appealing to me because it's not moving up with the SPY. SPY's getting bought up like hotcakes right now, and ZM is still kind of hanging out where it's hanging out, which means that if SPY gets a rejection and starts dumping, but right now it looks like it's on a bull tear, coming off of a bull flag. So I'd take it at 150, 120. Work Diver says, read what I posted about SPY while you were gone. Okay. Scrolling up. Okay. Let's see. And it looks like it's about to go on a tear, actually. I don't know. This could pop up past here. So. $64. And then 94. I'll catch 3 moves up. Hold on, Work Diver, just in case this pops up real quick. I'm going to want to... There we go. Okay, we're going to get in on the first bit. Then I want to take it back at 150.80. Okay, so it paused there. So I will do 151.44. Sell. And then catch it back down at 151 or 151.04. Yeah. See what happens here real quick. See if we can get a quick pop up. All right. Okay. Let's see here. As of late, we have been getting strong push on SPY on Fridays. President does not want people spending entire weekend with no hope for 401ks or the market. Federal liquidity injections. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, really, that makes a lot of sense because, it's blowing my mind how this SPY just continues to move up and behave this way. I mean, it really does. It really does blow my mind. But that makes sense. That makes sense. And I appreciate you sharing that with me, Word Diver. See if we can get a strong push here. If not, I really want the trade to come to me. This takes a lot of patience. This is just we're just kind of fishing around for it right now, guys. I want to see if we can get a good quick scalp up to 44 and then a quick pullback. To maybe even 94. Be a quick 25 bucks. See if we can do it. Okay, SPY's getting a move down, but it's not a heavy move down, so okay, we're about to get in here. There we go, almost 19, okay, 50 and 51.04. I'll take 25 and then 150.74. I'll take the other 25. We've also got orders up at $74 and $94. Although this could come all the way back, just all the way back down to 74. Okay, out the first 25, and let's see if we can get down to 74. Might even come down to do a trend line test. So may move this down to 60 maybe. Have to do it quickly. SPY's pulling. Yeah, let's do 60 on those last 25 shares. Maybe even 54 just to round it out. I think we could tag it, but we'll see. If not, if it goes up, I'll consider adding again. What's nuts, Flip? What am I missing out on? Oh, wow. There's a huge squeeze up there on ZM. I don't know if that was somebody just taking profits on shorts or what. Covering just in case. Quick buy up. Okay. So maybe we want to try to get out that last 25 shares again. Actually, no, I'll add. I'll let it come up and I'll add. Just as long as the SPY doesn't do anything super crazy. Matt, out of the last 13 alerts, they were all winners. Oh, on work? You talking about work? Hopefully we'll get a fail here and just come down and take out my order. That's looking nice. We're going to get the drop. Get the drop. Got to get down to 150.54. Not quite. I don't like how fast that's moving. I don't know if there's manipulation on this. I am almost inclined to put in those 25 shares at 150 just to see if it just smashes down through there. 150.44. I'll do that, and then I'll just position myself to buy it if it's pausing at, somewhere in these areas. 64.74. Put it up to 70. Yoni and I are playing with my new trade ideas scanner, but realize we're swamping your chat with messages. Sorry about that. So where were the alerts taken? So if you could, I don't know, or maybe from here on out, when you start getting these alerts, like snapshot them as they're coming through, and send me an email, just so I can see what you're talking about. Because I'm not able to catch these things just because you got the chat on, or you guys are chatting, and I'm usually here pretty much paying attention to what's going on with the trade. So I feel like I always get to them late. I just feel like I'm late on them. But if you could screenshot them, send them to conservativetrades@gmail.com. I'd like to see what you guys are talking about here. Yeah, conservativetrades@gmail.com. It's also in the About section on the channel if you just want to copy and paste it in or whatever. And screenshot them when they come through. Show me. I would just like to see what you guys are doing here on the side, because I see it. You guys are putting out alerts here, and I'm very interested in that, especially with this. I think it's interesting. Anytime somebody's able to come up with a really good, with really good scanner settings with trade ideas. There was one I came up with a long time ago when I had a Trade Ideas subscription, and it was what was it? What did I call it? Man, I can't even think of what the name of it was, but it was basically a scanner. Wait, hold on one second. Is this going to drop? Okay, so SPY's getting bought up off of one of those levels I marked out. I still feel like ZM ought to be able to make it down. Still feel like we should get a flush, but we might not. SPY's getting bought up big time. But if it shows any signs of weakness, I think ZM should crush it. Anyway, what was I saying? Scanners. Anyway, I had one programmed. I was toying around with that stuff, and it's I'll tell you what, man. Just to make a long story short, Trade Ideas definitely has some really cool things you can do with it. That's kind of the only thing about my strategy, because obviously I don't have Trade Ideas anymore. I pretty much just bank on pulling up some of these live scanners that are shared on YouTube. And that's pretty much where I get those trade ideas. Also through TradingView, FinViz. I mean, you can get You can find out the stocks in play that day on those sites as well. But that is the one downfall, is not having access to those scanners anymore. Can't really program the specific stocks that I'm looking for. Even though I know I have said here in the chat before that I've gotten wrecked that way too, because whenever you have constantly have stocks popping off, sometimes it can take your attention away. Sometimes you can end up trading too many things that come through, and then you lose focus on another one that you were on. And so it kind of bit me in the butt anyway on several occasions when I did that. But yeah, it's always very interesting to me when people come up with different types of scanners and they program them specific ways, and it's interesting. So I like to see that stuff if at all possible. Yeah, I believe it, Yoni. I believe it. Because these market conditions are very special. But here's the thing that I have found. This is what I have found. Like if I just stop and focus on one stock and get in a good scalping rhythm with it, I mean, I can rack up. I can't tell you how many trades. I mean, just go back and look at some of the recap videos. Some of the biggest winners I've had, the biggest, $300, $400, $500 winners that either dug me out of the red or dug me most out of the red, were off of stocks that I just locked into that one stock. I didn't even pay attention to, not even like the YouTube live scanners and stuff like that. Like I just locked into that one stock and just traded it very consistently, very mathematically, and it just ended up working. We should get a good drop here. There's no reason we shouldn't get this drop unless it wants to do that. So SPY's pushing. Yeah, what you were saying, work diver, what you were saying earlier about the market getting injected, I mean, I believe it, man. I totally believe it. Totally believe it. Because this is just ridiculous. Nobody's buying right now. Nobody wants to buy anything. I mean, I guess some people, again, you always have to come back around to the idea that there's a lot of investors out there. There's a lot of people with deep pockets who have plenty of money to start throwing at the market just in case we did, in fact, hit a bottom. Okay, so I think that could be part of it. But man, I mean, typically in these kinds of conditions, I think most investors would be smart enough to wait for a retracement and confirmation of a bottom. Because we really haven't had a confirmation. We tapped this bottom once. We had a confirmation going here on these 3 days, but then it dropped through, tapped the bottom, and then got bought back up. But we've never really had a confirmation down in this area. So it's hard to believe that these could be investors. But again, there are some people out here that they really do. They've got the long game. They know that 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, it's probably going to be way beyond these levels. So they don't care. I mean, they could be coming in and buying this up here, seeing a discount. But I don't know. I don't want to. I'm really hesitant to assume one way or the other. There's no reason why this should not come back down here and tap this trend line and even break through it, kind of like it did here. SPY's continuing to push. SPY looks like it's hitting some potential breakout levels. Okay. So what I may want to do is just come back out. Let's see if we can get it at 1. I don't want this to take off without me if SPY starts going on a bull tear. It's a critical level there. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, so 151.94. Take a scalp there. Oh, come on. 94, 152. 44 again up there. And we'll just build a 100 share position. I'll just buy it back there if I can get it filled. There we go. Okay, we're up 222.93 on the day. So probably, I don't know, 160 bucks after fees and commissions. So that's good enough for me, guys. I'm going to keep it moving. And once again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming in. There's just not much movement right here. And if I see anything later, if I come back again and there seems to be something, then, you know, I'll consider getting in. But I don't know. Right now, it just kind of looks, honestly, looks a little boring. I mean, it really does. So I don't know that there's really too much to talk about here. Let's see, Uber, UAL's losing a little bit. Uber, AMD. AMD is basically doing exactly what Daddy SPY is doing. So no levels, no key levels there. Let me see. Thanks, Yoni B, and you're welcome, Flip. You're welcome, Work Diver. It's gonna be a good weekend. You know, I mean, I nowhere near recovered my losses on the week, but it's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. I mean, you know. Let me just see if there's anything else to look at here. This one seems to be getting consistently bought up. So this is on a tear. I mean, this has just been making a massive recovery. SPY's getting bought up pretty good, and Yeah, I don't even know what to think of this one, but let's see. So yeah, LOB. It'd be interesting to see if this is about to undergo a little bit of a pullback. Let's see. So a bear or a bull flagged had a breakout and a sell-off. Can't get the breakout again. So 1414 would be kind of that area, but you know, it's trading on very light volume. So I'm gonna leave it alone. What I may do is just for the coming days, Tesla, I might put UAL back on. And we've got Boeing right there. ZM just moving up continuously. Uber's still on a tear. Look at the 15-minute. Okay, so I might keep that up. Might keep Uber up here, and work has made a recovery. It put in the work. Work put in the work, made a recovery. Looks like it could continue. Let's see, where would it have to? 29.24. It's losing a lot of that push right there, and the SPY is rejecting off of a key level. So anyway, that might be one that some of you guys would want to watch. Let's see here. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's best to get out right now, at least for myself. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else here, but guys, I tell you what, it's you know, it's just been annoying just because power hour pretty much every day this week. By and large, I can't say every single day this week, but for several days this week, power hour just came in with some of the most irrational moves. And the SPY just is going haywire with a lot of that junk. So I personally don't think it's going to be safe to trade power hour. Maybe not, at least for the next couple of days in the market. So that's just me personally, though. I mean, if you guys got a good read on it, go for it. But I think this is the place for me to bow out. So nothing to brag about, guys. This week it just wasn't a good week. Now I'm really struggling with the market here, and I'm gonna have to really just continue to be careful. I think we all are. And you know, one thought that I am having is the trade that I took on UAL. This trade right here was my best trade of the day. And this literally could be double this amount. It literally could be double this amount. Because I could have taken 400 shares on that. And I don't know why I didn't. I should have just taken 400 shares. I would normally take that. It was showing divergence with the SPY. I mean, you can tell how this has affected me mentally. And so this number here, honestly, 222, this really is just a reflection of where I'm at mentally. Okay? Why this says 222 and not 444 is because of my mental condition right now. I'm not in a good state of mind. And I've been bit so many times with this market that, or I've been bit so many times by this market and just hit with so many irrational moves that when I jump into trades, I'm taking extra conservative share size where I normally 3 weeks ago I wouldn't have even thought about it. I would have jumped in 400 shares on UAL. I would have jumped in 400 shares and I would have put a much longer stop, you know. And so this number, this would have said 250 roughly. This would have been 250 on the move on UAL. And you know what? There's even probably other trades I wouldn't have taken if I was already up 250 at that point, you know, or I might have taken more carefully or whatever. So I don't know. It's just a mental game right now. But you know, hopefully having time off on the weekend will be good. Ending the week, you know, with two green days will be good, even though it's not much. And even though I didn't dig myself out of the red, believe it or not, I'm still green on the month. I'm not green by much. I mean, I got to admit, it's quite embarrassing, but I am still green. I am still green on the month. And that, you know, that's cool. I've been slapped in the face 150 times and still haven't blown my account and haven't even gotten into the red this month. So anyway, I think taking the weekend is going to be good because I think I'll be able to come back in here Monday and probably trade with the same mentality or the same trade with the similar strategy that I've been using these last couple of days, but maybe with a little bit bigger share size. Just so I can, I mean, really, this happened yesterday on another, I can't even remember what stock it was. Yesterday I was trading. Well, I know I jumped in and took a loss out the gates on Boeing, and I'm not going to do that anymore. Pre-market is not acting the way that it used to. It's just not. And with the SPY making irrational moves, even when the technicals and the fundamentals and everything tells you otherwise, it can't be trusted right now. I cannot trust pre-market right now. So not for those types of moves. Now, maybe if I see one of these little low float small cap stocks and the setup looks good, kind of like this morning I saw on BKYI, you know, I risked, it was 200 shares, looked like a good entry. You know, I lost $6. But I could have made, you know, if it would have been one of those pre-market runners, I could have made $150 off of it. So I may do that. But as far as like pre-market trading, you know, I'm probably going to stay away from it. If I trade anything right at the open, it's going to be with super conservative share size. And maybe that's why I took UAL. Let me see, UAL. No, I mean, I took that basically at 939, 940. Yeah, I mean, I consider that, if you wait 5-10 minutes, I don't consider that trading like right at the open. Right at the open is when you see these stocks running wild and you just jump in hoping that it's going in the direction, you know, and I've done that. I've done that several times, and usually I can get a good read in the first 5 minutes like that. But so when I say that I'm not going to trade right at the market open, I mean until at least the first 5-minute candle has formed. But even to get more confirmation closer to the 10-minute, you know. And so now I did trade Uber, but I took very, very, very conservative share size on that. Okay, that's another one that I would normally go in deeper on. And I guess I just, you know, when I traded UAL, I guess I just was still in that mentality of I better just go in super small. But I don't know. There were stocks this week that I didn't trade as big of size on, and this is the point that I was ultimately trying to make. Is, you know, there are stocks that I did not take as big of size on that if I had just taken the size I would normally take on it, which is still a conservative share size. I mean, you guys see me, like, I don't trade with big share size. Like, when was the last time you saw me take 1,000 shares on anything? You know, but getting in something 4, 5, even 600 shares is something that I would do more often. And I would probably get in the profit a lot quicker, and I wouldn't have to mess with all this junk. So again, maybe taking the weekend will help with that. Anyway, the pivot you have made since yesterday is paying off, Matt. I think you're back on top, man. Hopefully. I hope it, man. I really do. Notigan says, if you keep beating yourself up, you're just going to perpetuate the emotion. Going down, honestly, this would be the 5th rejection, 4th. I don't know. I'm driving. Oh, okay. So yeah, man, I know. It's, I would like to look at it as more of thinking critically. But if I'm really honest with myself, Notigan, I am beating myself up a little bit here. For sure. You know, and I think we need to be critical to a degree, but within balance, with a balanced perspective. With a balanced perspective, we shouldn't beat ourselves up. So you're absolutely right about that. Just like we can't be overconfident. You know, we can't be arrogant. You want to be confident, but you don't want to be cocky, because when you get cocky, the market will slap you in the face. But you want to be confident, okay? Confident, but move wisely through it. And on the other end of it, you don't want to beat yourself up. You don't want to get down on yourself, but you do want to be critical enough to have, you know, a realistic perspective of what needs to be done moving forward. And so, yeah, so I receive that, man. I receive your correction on that, because honestly, I need to be careful, you know, not to get into that, you know, not to condemn myself too much here, because that will definitely affect some of my trading moving forward as well. So anyway, it's that fine line, but definitely appreciate the feedback, guys. Yeah. Oh, and work divers with you on that. Well said about Matt beating himself up. I know. You guys, you calling me out, and that's cool. That's cool. You know, it's there's truth behind it. So I receive it, and I'm gonna think about that too as we come into next week. And I'm thinking about doing a Trader's Mind video this weekend. Hopefully, I'll be able to get to it. I would like to do a video where we actually discuss the possible mentality that we should have as traders going into a possible market recession. So I think that'd be interesting. I think it'd be interesting to really break that down. And guys, always feel free whenever you see me post these videos, especially on the Trader's Mind. I mean, you guys have so much to offer here. You guys have so much to offer here in the chat, all of you guys. And if you just take even just a few minutes to comment under there, add something to the video, and some of you guys do. Some of you guys are pretty faithful commenters, and you know, but I'm, you know, I'm not just talking about just breezing through just to leave a comment just for the sake of keeping YouTube's algorithm, you know, going and keeping the video popular. I mean like legitimately, like some of the stuff that you guys comment here in the chat that's just really good, solid information and offering really good, solid perspectives. To even break that down on the channel, because I know that when I was learning how to day trade, I would oftentimes not only go and watch some of these day trading gurus out there, watch some of their YouTube recaps and their videos, but I loved going down into the comments because there were so many people down in there that would offer more perspective to what they were talking about in the video. Like I love, and you guys know what I mean. I'm sure you guys do the same thing. Like you go and you hear somebody's video and, you know, and you're like, you know, that sounds legit. Like, I wonder what other people think about that. And so you read through other people's comments and you start learning even more. And it really helps challenge you even in other ways that if all you had done is just watch that one video and gotten that one man's perspective, you know, and then just moved on, you might not would have thought more critically about it. But because you read the comments and saw other perspectives being shared by other knowledgeable traders down there, it caused you to really expand your thought process on what that guy was making that video on to begin with. And so I believe that, man. Like when I tell you guys that you guys are bringing value to this community, I'm not just blowing smoke. I am not just blowing smoke up your butts. All right. Like I genuinely believe that. Like I genuinely have taken encouragement and advice and wisdom from you guys, and I think that you know that just needs to be shared more. So anyway, I know this isn't a. I mean, you guys are busy. I know you got your lives, you got your families, you got jobs and work, and I don't expect you to, just be all about my YouTube channel. And it's not about my YouTube channel. Like, I get it, but I'll say this: if you have some extra time on your hands, I would love for some of you guys to leave some valuable comments, especially if I do get around to releasing another episode of The Trader's Mind this weekend. So anyway, guys, I'm babbling too much here, so I'm going to go ahead and drop off. Notergen said there is 90% of traders that wish they could finish green. You won today. Maybe we all need to adjust our individual strategies to keep green, but long story, you didn't fail. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I really do. Include in your recap theory about Monday, the week to come, so we can contribute over the weekend. Include in your recap theory about Monday, the week to come, so we can contribute over the weekend. What you mean? Just as far as what I was saying about taking a break and just kind of coming back with a fresh perspective and continuing to trade the strategy that I've traded these last couple days, but maybe just with maybe a little bit bigger share size or whatever. Is that what you were talking about, or are you referring to something else? I might be reading that wrong, note again, so bear with me. Uber's really on a tear. This is ridiculous. But it's coming up to some levels. Work Diver said was SPY going to end green. Oh yeah, on the daily for sure. I'm thinking that too. Unless it just gets a massive rejection. So Notergen says expectations for Monday next week, positioning and strategy. Okay. I'll do it, Notergen. Yeah, we'll go over a little bit about Monday, and I won't say everything. I'll definitely give you guys some room to add some stuff. I won't over talk it. I won't break it down in too much detail. Again, just to give you guys some room to actually, bring something to the table on that. But yeah, I'll do that. So we'll talk about Monday. We'll talk about the week to come, and just how we're going to continue to work the strategy. So the more and more that the days go by here, the more that I feel like we really are kind of in a scalping situation. So I think that definitely needs to be said. Look at this, man. ZM coming all the way up, testing these levels. And it's only making let's see, 152.57, a 30 cent moves here. So ZM is on, it's on a little tear here, guys. It's doing its thing. What was that stock? Let's see, Lulu. Let's see where Lulu ended. Okay, Lulu's been chop fest all day. Here's the thing, and I'll just say this again, and I'll include this in the recap, but if this is what stocks are going to keep freaking doing, man, like, how many times could we have gotten in to these and taken bites off of this? A lot of these moves were 190.52 down to 188.82. We're looking at $1.50 move. Anywhere from at least 60 cents, at least 60, 70 cents to $1.50 to even $2. Yeah, even $2 moves. So, wait. Yeah, $2 move. So, yeah, it's not bad. This was another one that had popped up. Macy's. Everything looks the same. All these charts look the same. I mean, really. I don't know. SPY is work diver. Work diver. SPY is. It's kind of. I wonder if it's going to flat top around here. This is where it was flat topping yesterday, right at these levels, right here. I mean, it is legitimately coming right up to this level right here. You can see 259.36. And I did put the flat top here, so let me just move this up. So that's really where the peak of the flat top is. So if it gets a rejection, man, I could see Uber selling off. If this gets a rejection, but I don't know. You might be right. This might continue to push. And it just broke. It just broke through it. So question is it a fake out breakout? We have another level here at 259.72. If we can break through that, if we can break through 259.72, yeah, we broke it. We broke it. So we're looking at a whole different type of situation now. As long as it can close above that, you know, we basically just did. We basically just did. But with as irrationally as the SPY has been behaving, I wouldn't be surprised if it just all of a sudden sold off massively right now. American Airlines, divergent. It's coming back up though. It's coming back to life. Boeing's coming up. Tesla. Man, Tesla really curved around today at these levels. Really curved around at this 500 level, and it's just been, you know, it's been on a tear. It's reclaimed the 100-day moving average. ZM making a good strong run up right there alongside of the SPY, but double topping at 155 almost. Was that the day right there? 155, yeah. 154 to 155. So I don't know. Depending on how SPY gets bought up. SPY is about to turn green, work diver. SPY is about to turn green. Might be worth it to take 25 shares. Let's see, 53, 34. Let's see, where would this 153.52. I don't know. This might be a good spot to start averaging in. See if we continue to make a move up. SPY's moving. So 154. Only reason I'm going to put this in at 154 is because we've got daily resistance there. $154.20. SPY's moving up and it's facing divergence. Man, that would have been a great move. Oh well. Note again says scalping will be a good discussion how to judge size in relation to the ATR and how the instrument is actually moving price levels and all that jazz. Yeah. Work one in a breakout. I wouldn't hold anything short over the weekend, not with the way the market's been going. But you're the swing trader, Yoni. So you got a bigger pair than I do, man, because I would not be doing any of that junk. I wouldn't be. Especially not, I mean, we look like we're so close to a breakout here. And if SPY does end on a green candle, kind of like what Work Diver was saying, if it ends on a green candle, forget about it. I mean, I think that's very dangerous. But that's just me. Take it for what it's worth. Uber is still making a strong move up, but it's about to tap on these levels here. It's getting a slow but sure buy up. It's facing a little bit of resistance. I do think we could see a pullback. Man, I should have gotten in right up there at 28. That would have been a nice little pullback. So SPY just ended with a gravestone doji on the 5-minute. Look at Uber getting bought right back up. The slightest bit of strength shown on the SPY. Is it going to hold? Got a lot of selling. SPY's pulling back. Man. SPY's pulling back, but SPY's still strong. I don't know. There's a lot of people shorting right there. Yeah, that would have been a good move. That would have been a great move. Ooh. Look at that. Look at that on the 1-minute. Man, if it can get bought back up. What a nice move. Did any of you guys catch that on Uber? Bulls take the stairs, bears take the window. Man, that would have been a nice move. Uber already back up. American Airlines getting taxed. UAL getting taxed. Boeing getting taxed. So this is where I'm wondering. This is interesting. Smart flip. What if, because of how well the SPY has gotten bought up, there still ends up being a massive sell-off? Because it seems as though the last couple of days, it was pretty much the opposite. Except, no, I take that back. I think Wednesday it was getting a nice buy up. But we had the expected economic reports the next morning, the jobless claims reports and all that coming out. So that might have been why that sold off Wednesday. But yesterday, it just... it's coming back. It's broken the 9 EMA. Uber had a massive sell-off. Look at the sell volume here. Although that is, it is a doji. I agree, Sagar. I think we can definitely hit 275 if we break 260 on the daily. Yeah, I'm on TradingView right now, looking at the 1 month chart. Let's see, let me look at the week. The weekly. We've had a very strong recovery this week. Very strong recovery. And we're working on changing the daily trend. We haven't confirmed it yet. We haven't confirmed a change in the daily trend, but we're definitely working on it. SPY is just continuing to tank. Uber's sitting tight. Yeah, there's no telling what Uber's going to do right now. Man, it went all the way up. Caught it at 154.24. American Airlines, UAL, Boeing. Honestly, I'm glad to see the market coming back up. Glad to see the market coming back up for sure. Flip, that's it. That's good. That's good. I know. That's how you got to think about it. That's pretty much how I feel every time I get in a reversal. It's like, hold on to your seat. So all right, so let's see. SPY's continuing to get a pretty big sell-off, guys. Volume bars are increasing on the 5-minute. ZM is resisting. Uber's finally falling into place. Uber may come down to the 27 levels. But I don't know. I don't know about getting in. I mean, it's probably going to go, but there's too much chance of a snapback. Like I said, the close is just too unpredictable right now. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Well, had fun, and Monday's another day. Hope you guys have a great weekend, and I'll see you then. Take care.